Brain storage. Dividing line. Xia Qingyue, Shen Luo, I don't want to fall in love for the time being. You wait until I graduate from college before we talk. Can we continue to be friends? On the playground of Nanchang University, a beautiful girl tactfully rejected the man in front of her who was holding flowers and looked very wealthy. The girl's name is Xia Qingyue, and she is the school belle of Nanchang University. Her beauty is beyond doubt. The long flowing black hair and the perfect figure with bumps and curves. And the peerless beauty that overwhelms the country and the city are all telling of her beauty. Her skin is as white as condensed fat, like snow, crystal clear, and tender as if you can squeeze water out of it. Her eyes are extremely bright, and they seem to contain the tenderness of the whole world. Xia Qingyue is a beautiful landscape just standing there. Any elegant movement, when photographed, is like an angel descending to the earth. Her suitors are countless. No one will be dissatisfied with the title of the school belle of Nanchang University. And the man opposite her is one of her many suitors. He is also the most outstanding one. His name is Chen Luo, and he is the son of the Chen family. He has a distinguished family background, is very wealthy, and is also very handsome. He has countless fans in Nanchang University. But unfortunately, this son of the Chen family is only loyal to Xia Qingyue. It is said that they have been classmates since high school, and this son of the Chen family has been pursuing Xia Qingyue for 3 years. But he still couldn't get her. Now, in college, he has started his fierce offensive again. Today, the son of the Chen family bought small heart-shaped lights on the playground, held flowers in his hands, and prepared expensive gifts. He planned to continue to confess to Xia Qingyue, the school belle of Nanchang. But there was no surprise. This time, Master Chen Luo was rejected again. Many of the spectators around him cast sarcastic glances. Do you think you can chase the campus belle of Xia University just because you have money? How ridiculous! How could our campus belle of Xia University be such a vulgar person? This young master of the Chen family is really persistent. He has been pursuing her for 3 years and still hasn't given up. He is really determined. Tisk, what's the use of that? This kind of constant harassment has brought so much trouble to Xia University's campus beauty. It's really disgusting. If I were him, I would have hit my head against the wall and wasted the precious time of the goddess in my heart. Damn! If I wasn't afraid of his family's power, I would have driven this harasser away for the goddess. Is he worthy of the goddess Xia Qingyue? What's the use of having money? You need sincerity to chase a girl. Do you really think that girls can be easily moved by money? This young master is so naive. Vulgar. He doesn't understand the beauty of love at all. The people around him kept whispering. And these voices, when transmitted to Chen Luo's mind, made him feel like his brain was buzzing. Buzz. The roar slowly faded away. Chen Luo finally saw everything around him clearly. Then, he was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Chen Luo remembered that he was clearly on the phone just now. He was crossing the zebra crossing while talking on the phone. There is a dump truck. Wait, I traveled through time. As a young man who loves online novels, Chen Luo naturally thought of this possibility at the first time. Although this is too exaggerated. But Chen Luo feels that there is no other explanation except this, right? He has graduated from college for several years, how could he suddenly return to campus? Or was he hit by that classic mud truck? What else could it be but travel through time? Chen Luo did not expect that he would have such a day. Just at this moment, a memory suddenly came up. After Chen Luo finished reading, he was extremely sure. He did travel through time. Moreover, he traveled to the world of an urban novel he had read before, called Urban Evil Young Master. He even became a villain in the novel. That is, the eldest son of the Chen family who was constantly slapped in the face by the male protagonist. When he learned this information, Chen Luo was stunned. Fuck! Not only did I travel through time, I also traveled through a book. Not only did I travel through a book, I also became a villain. At this time, Chen Luo's heartbeat became extremely fast. However, he didn't feel bad at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. Damn, in this novel, the power of the Chun family is astonishingly large. In the South City, even in the entire provincial capital, and in the whole of China, they are well known. It is no problem to say that they are worth tens of billions. Just this size is already amazing. The most important thing is that in this Chen family, Chen Luo is only ranked 6th. And above him, there are 5 sisters. Each of these 5 people is a leader in their own field. The eldest sister Chen Xiaoyun, one of the people in charge of the family business, is involved in many businesses in the family. She is beautiful, mature, sexy, and capable. She is considered a very powerful woman. She has a capable black short hair and a very cheerful personality, especially the pair of long legs, which is simply life-threatening. The second sister Chen Xinyun is a well-known female star in China and the leading actress in the entertainment industry. She has appeared in many famous movies and TV series. She has first-class acting skills and looks very beautiful. Not to mention her figure, thin waist, D-cup, and she will shake when she walks. She has chestnut hair and a middle-parted style, and looks like a queen. The third sister, Chen Menjing, is a two-dimensional otaku girl and a well-known online cosplay blogger with millions of fans. She is obsessed with black and white stockings and all kinds of stockings. She is very cute with long black hair that goes over her shoulders. She is socially anxious and doesn't like to communicate with others, but she is very cute to her family. She has countless suitors on the internet. The fourth sister, Chen Guyao, took several million from her family to start a business, and finally made some achievements. She created several unique brands and covered a wide range of areas, from clothes to food. She is a very young entrepreneur. Her dressing style is fashionable, with brown curly hair and a good figure. She likes to wear high heels, which are real jade feet. The fifth sister, Chen Wanting, is an engineering girl who likes computers, programming, and games. She is a well-known programming boss in the industry. She has obtained an office in a large factory and has a very high talent in this regard. Her daily dress is more casual and relaxed. She often clips 2 bows on her hair. At the age of 21, she looks like a junior high school student. She is serious and a little arrogant. There is no doubt that according to the setting in the book, these 5 people are all gifted, even without the support of their families. You can live well on your own. But what excites Chen Luo the most is this. In the novel setting, his 5 sisters are all brother-con. They are so good to him, the youngest brother. Whether it is pocket money or other aspects, they satisfy Chen Luo unconditionally. They even like to tease Chen Luo. Even the fifth sister Chen Wanting, who has the smallest age difference, often comes to Chen Luo's room. It is completely normal to touch him, pinch his face, touch his head, etc. Like the second sister Chen Xinyun, she is even more provocative. Chen Luo remembered that there was a description in the book that the second sister Chen Xinyun often came to Chen Luo's room wearing black stockings. That picture was so beautiful. But according to the description, Chen Luo in the book didn't feel anything at all. Instead, he thought that his sisters were too annoying. In his mind, there was only Xia Qingyue. Chen Luo in the book often fantasized about dating Xia Qingyue. In this regard, Chen Luo, who came from the book, couldn't help but say, "What a fool. Brother, you have 5 such beautiful sisters, why did you fall for Xia Qingyue? Although Xia Qingyue is indeed very beautiful, as for you, the villain, licking me like this?" Especially, Chen Luo knew it clearly. In the book, it's not just these 5 beautiful sisters who are very kind to Chen Luo. There is also a female villain who likes Chen Luo very much. Her name is Lin Yun, and she has always had a crush on Chen Luo. However, in the original book, she was also slapped in the face by the protagonist Yifeng. She was also slapped in the face by the heroine Xia Qingyue. When Chen Luo recalled these plots, he immediately said that he couldn't stand it at all.
Xia Qingyue was confused. She had never thought about cutting off contact with Chen Luo and deleting each other as friends. What was going on? Chen Luo had never made such an excessive request before. This unexpected move made Xia Qingyue not know how to respond. In fact, according to the normal process, Xia Qingyue should still be happy. Because she really didn't want to be harassed by Chen Luo. especially after meeting Yifeng. But Xia Qingyue was still waiting for Chen Luo to help her pay for her tuition and living expenses for 4 years of college. She originally thought it was just an ordinary rejection. But in the end, this meal ticket is going to run away? Xia Qingyue was a little shocked. And the people around her were also a little stunned. They all couldn't believe their ears. No way? Did I hear it right? This liquor Chen Xiao wants to delete each other as friends with that school beauty Xia? Does this mean they will never contact each other again? Could it be that Mr. Chen has really thought it through and plans to contact school beauty Xia after she graduates? Humph, this guy is at least a little self-aware. What's so great about being rich? I believe that the campus belle Xia must be very happy now. She is not the kind of woman who will give in for money. The students around all have a filter for Xia Qingyue. But only Xia Qingyue knows that even if Chen Luo really gets it and listens to her and plans to contact her after graduation, it doesn't mean that they won't even be friends anymore, right? Do friends have to delete each other? In order to confirm what she thinks in her heart. Xia Qingyue hurriedly asked, "No, Chen Luo, that's not what I meant. We can still be friends. I don't mean to stop being friends with you." Xia Qingyue felt that she had given Chen Luo a step and a chance. If he didn't appreciate it, she would really be angry. However, Chen Luo was serious. "Chen Luo, but I don't want to do it anymore. In the adult world, if there is no clear consent, it means rejection. Let's just leave it at that. We should be well and not disturb each other. Just be strangers." After saying that, Chen Luo was about to turn around and leave. He really had no interest in the beautiful woman in front of him. What's the use of being pretty? There's something wrong with her thinking. She is pure and innocent in front of the villain, but she is eye-opening in front of the hero. All kinds of brothers' dads scream. She is infinitely resistant to the villain, but takes the initiative to the hero. Chen Luoka can't afford to offend a woman like this. If he really falls in love with a girl who is confused and likes to cheat on herself, he will definitely be tortured to death. Chen Luoka doesn't want to torture himself. What's more, he can't wait to see Xia Qingyue. Chen Luo in the original novel had a problem with his brain. He didn't want to marry a female villain who had been secretly in love with him for a long time. He had to chase Xia Qingyue to death. But Chen Luo, who traveled through time, would definitely not be so outrageous. Why do you want a heroine? Isn't a female villain good? You're kidding. Lin Yun is not inferior to Xia Qingyue in terms of appearance. Even in terms of figure and personality, Chen Luo likes her more. Chen Luo remembered that the book described the female villain Lin Yun like this. She has a hot personality, beautiful appearance, fashionable dress, sexy figure, and red wavy hair. Like a burning flame, she will give infinite warmth to those she likes. For those she hates, she will make them feel burning pain. This is the mark of a girl who is open-minded and dares to love and hate. Fire can warm people, but it can also hurt people. Moreover, Lin Yun is very loyal. She has the style of a big sister and is very good to the younger brothers under her. Those younger brothers also support her very much. She is also very good to Chen Luo. In the book, there are many times when she stands up for Chen Luo. Only then did she start a fight with the male protagonist Yifeng. Although she was slapped in the face by Yifeng in the end. However, Lin Yun's love for Chen Luo has never changed. Instead, it was Yifeng who repeatedly expressed that he wanted Lin Yun to stop mixing with Chen Luo. He said that if she came to him, he would give Lin Yun a better life. As a result, Lin Yun would rather die than agree. In the end, Yifeng had no choice but to let her decide for herself. In the book, Lin Yun's final ending was suicide. She accompanied Chen Luo on the road. Yifeng also buried Lin Yun generously and expressed his sadness for her. But when Chen Luo thought about it now, he felt that Yifeng was probably dying of anxiety. Yifeng's inner OS, and I'm such a beautiful woman, I can't get it? Damn it! Chen Luo felt that this was what Yifeng was thinking at the time. After all, it is a human bulldozer. According to the setting, as long as it is a woman with a little beauty, he will not let it go. But due to the setting of the male protagonist, Yifeng can't be hard, let alone express his inner thoughts. In the end, he could only sigh and say it was a pity, in fact. It was a pity that he didn't get Lin Yun in the end. And the female protagonists at that time also commented on Lin Yun as a woman who dares to love and hate. Then after saying that, they turned around and left with their brother Yifeng. Little did they know that at that time, Yifeng's mind was full of Lin Yun. There was no place for them at all. But I guess these stupid female protagonists would not care even if they knew. They would only think that for a man as outstanding as brother Yifeng, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is not normal. Speaking of which, at this moment, on the playground of Nancheng University, Xia Qingyue saw that Chen Luo was really going to leave. She immediately became anxious. What does that mean? What does it mean that if there is no clear consent, it is a rejection? Can't I just test it? How long have I been testing it, and Chen Luo has lost his patience? It's so infuriating. His performance today, 0 points, 0 points. Humph. This guy is too much. He actually spent the little bit of goodwill that I had accumulated with great difficulty before. If he confesses to me next time, I will definitely not agree. At that time, he will only deserve it. Wait, is he really leaving? What about my tuition and living expenses? This guy, is he doing this on purpose because he knows that I have difficulties in this regard? Does he want me to beg him? It's so disgusting. No wonder Wang Qing told me that these young masters are just playing around, and they must have cheated many girls, so I should be careful and not be easily fooled. I didn't feel it at that time, but now I see that it is true. These rich young masters must have no shortage of beauties around them, so they can reject me so unscrupulously, right? Ah. Angry. Xia Qingyue had a lot of random thoughts in her mind. She felt that Chen Luo did this completely on purpose. This guy must have other sisters, right? He is so rich, it is normal for him to have other sisters. Haha, he has a new love, and he immediately treats me badly? Men change their hearts so quickly. The only thing Xia Qingyue should be thankful for is that Chen Luo didn't know about her thoughts. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to help but slap Xia Qingyue. Damn. I have been chasing you for 3 years, and you have always refused. Now I turn around and leave. Do you think I did it on purpose? Did I change my mind so quickly? Isn't a man's youth? If you are nice to a dog, the dog will know to wag its tail at you. You are nice to this kind of cheap woman, but she is not only unsatisfied, but also calls it testing. Why don't you test your brother Yifeng? Because you like him, so all this is exempted, right? In fact, in Xia Qingyue's heart, it is really like this. She thinks that she likes Yifeng, so what's wrong with taking the initiative? Chen Luo likes me, but I don't like him, so of course I have to test him to see his sincerity. In short, Xia Qingyue thinks she is right. However, when she saw that Chen Luo had walked quite far away, she couldn't hold it in anymore and said, Chen Luo, does what you said about helping me with tuition and living expenses still count? You don't want to be friends with me anymore, so you don't even want to help me with tuition, right? Xia Qingyue said this. Chen Luo was shocked on the spot. His pupils widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Damn it, this woman, is this so outrageous? Although Chen Luo knew that in this urban cool novel setting, the brains of the heroines were not very good. But after all, she is the heroine, so it's okay to be defenseless against the hero. It's okay to have a natural aversion to the villain. But as for, are you shameless to this extent? I have nothing to do with you, and you still want me to help you with tuition and living expenses? Do you have any shame? Who do you think you are? Chen Luo now finally felt why Chen Luo in the book had licked for 3 years but still couldn't lick her. This Xia Qingyue is purely mentally ill. Little fairy? Of course, there are no such words in this book. But Chen Luo comes from the very advanced version of 2024. He has indeed seen many little fairies. Xia Qingyue's current operation is exactly the same as those outrageous women. However, what makes Chen Luo feel that the situation is even more difficult? It is the spectators around him. After listening to Xia Qingyue's words, are you all supporting her? Yes, even if we are not friends anymore, we still have to pay for tuition and living expenses, right? Xia Xiaohua's family conditions are not very good. Chen Luo's family is so rich, so this is not a big deal for them. After all, they have known each other for 3 years, so they can't be so heartless, right? Ha, if my family was so rich, I would definitely help school beauty Xia. What's the big deal? Is there any need to be so stingy? Tisk, no wonder school beauty Xia didn't agree. How could school beauty Xia like a grown man who was so stingy? Listening to what the people around him said, Chen Luo's blood pressure suddenly soared. I'm Nima. But that's not all. At this moment, another short-haired woman stood up. Her name is Wang Cheng, and she is Xia Qingyue's best friend. She is also on the protagonist's side. Chen Luo remembered that Wang Cheng also had a crush on the protagonist. Although she was just a supporting actress, she eventually got the protagonist's favor. That was a long time later. Wang Cheng got the protagonist drunk and had sex with him. After the protagonist Yifeng woke up, Wang Cheng confessed her love, but Yifeng had a helpless smile on his face. In the end, he could only sigh and say, "Classmate Wang Cheng, I appreciate your kindness." Putting himself in the protagonist's perspective, those readers would only think at the time, the protagonist is so awesome. He got another beautiful woman. What's more, she was raped. It was so cool. But in fact, to be honest, how much of an overreaction is this to the male protagonist's other girlfriends? Is it acceptable that their boyfriends have affairs with other women? But in the end, the heroines in these books all endured it. Because in their hearts, their brother Yifeng is perfect. No matter what he does, it represents justice. In the book, although Wang Qing was rejected, but she was still very happy, and later, she was like a crazy fan of the male protagonist Yifeng. Fighting for him everywhere, working like a cow and a horse, she didn't mind at all. Her life motto is that as long as Brother Yifeng can be good, she can do anything. Similarly, Wang Qing's attitude and opinion towards the villain Chen Luo are also quite bad. Chen Luo felt that he didn't do anything bad. But there is no way, since he has been labeled as a villain, everyone will naturally shout and beat him. And Wang Qing took the initiative to stand up to speak for Xia Qingyue. Her voice was a little sharp, and she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Hey, what do you mean? Don't you care about Qingyue's tuition and living expenses? You promised." Chen Luo's anger was suddenly calmed down. It's not that he wasn't angry, but he was too angry. Damn, I almost had a quarrel with these idiots. Chen Luo knew that he would not gain any advantage by arguing with an idiot. After Wang Qing said such unreasonable and illogical words, Chen Luo was able to get angry calmly. He did not intend to avoid it, but replied, "She and I are already strangers, why should I help her with tuition and living expenses? Is that my obligation? Why don't you help her? There are so many of you, and if each of you donates a few dozen yuan, that would be several thousand yuan, right? Are you so poor that you don't even have a few dozen yuan?" Although the times in many settings in this book are different from those before Chen Luo traveled through time. But the economy was not bad at that time. An ordinary college student could still have a living expense of 1 or 2,000 yuan a month. Like Wang Qing, whose family conditions were better, she had a living expense of 3,000 yuan a month. Therefore, as long as she and Xia Qingyue's licking dogs were willing, they could easily make up Xia Qingyue's living expenses and tuition. However, after hearing what Chen Luo said, Wang Cheng became anxious. "You promised. Hey, how can you go back on your word? After all, you are a grown man, are you going to go back on your word? I don't care. This is what you owe Qingyue. You have to give the money today whether you want to or not." It must be said that Chen Luo's good temper has come to an end. He thought that since he had become a villain, he would definitely be targeted by the decent people. He also knew that these women of the male protagonist must be abnormal. But I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Chen Luo clenched his fists and said coldly, "In that case, then I have to ask you, Xia Qingyue, how many gifts have I given you in the past 3 years? The brand name bags alone are no less than hundreds of thousands. There are also various jewelry, cash, dolls, gifts. I didn't want to get entangled, but you said so. I gave them to you because I wanted to pursue you. Now that you don't agree, give those gifts back to me. They don't belong to you anymore." When Chen Luo said this, Xia Qingyue's face changed instantly. She never thought that Chen Luo would bring up this. The onlookers around were also stunned instantly. They really thought that Chen Luo didn't give Xia Qingyue anything when he was pursuing her. It turns out that he gave her no less than hundreds of thousands of brand name bags? This is a completely outrageous number for ordinary college students like them. But what shocked them even more was that this school beauty Xia received hundreds of thousands of gifts from others. Surprisingly, haven't agreed yet? Then why should she accept it? These originally decent people were speechless all of a sudden. Xia Qingyue was even more flustered, hesitating and saying, I. How could she answer that? Those things were sold by Xia Qingyue to pay off the family debts. For this, Xia Qingyue was very grateful to Chen Luo. But now she wanted to take it back, she couldn't take it out at all. Fortunately, Wang Qing next to her was still stable and not afraid at all. She said, "Chen Luo, what do you mean? You want to take back the gifts you gave away? Didn't you shamelessly beg our Qingyue to accept those things? And what do you mean I have to return them to you if you don't agree? You mean that if I accept it, I have to agree to your pursuit, right? What kind of twisted logic is this? I think you are used to being arrogant as a young master, right? Accepting it means agreeing? This is hilarious. Forget about giving hundreds of thousands, even if you give millions or tens of millions of gifts. Our Qingyue has accepted it, and if she doesn't want to agree, she can just refuse. What's the big deal about being rich? According to your logic, if you offer us millions or tens of millions to bark like a dog, do we have to bark like a dog if we accept it? Really?" Wang Qing said it so convincingly that she frightened Xia Qingyue for a moment. She was immediately enlightened. That's right. Accepting it means agreeing? Are you kidding? According to this theory, doesn't it mean that Chen Luo can succeed in pursuing anyone he wants? Nothing in the world is that simple. With a statement to comfort herself, Xia Qingyue was no longer panicked. But she forgot that if she didn't agree, you can totally not charge it, again? Chen Luo, on the other hand, had already reached the limit of his patience. Damn it, I originally wanted to be polite to you. Since you are all so shameless. Then, how can I, the villain master, still be bullied by you? Pa! Chen Luo mercilessly slapped Wang Qing in the face. She flew away. The noisy crowd around him suddenly quieted down. They all stared at everything in front of them with wide eyes in disbelief. Chen Luo's eyes became extremely cold. Chen Luo, what are you doing? Xia Qingyue was shocked. She could never have imagined that Chen Luo would suddenly slap Wang Qing. This was completely different from the Chen Luo she had in mind. In Xia Qingyue's impression, Chen Luo should be submissive and servile, and he would grovel and agree to whatever she said. How could this happen, dare to hit someone? Wang Chang, who was thrown to the ground, felt a sharp pain on her face. She was hit so hard that there was a slap mark on her face. Wang Qing covered her face with tears in her eyes and said angrily, You. Chen Luo, I am not done with you about this matter. You just wait. I will make you pay. But Chen Luo was not afraid of these. He originally planned not to get entangled with these idiots. But it seems that it is not that simple. This is normal, after all, Chen Luo is set to be a villain. Xia Qingyue, Wang Chang and others are on the protagonist's side. How can he not get entangled? However, since he has met him, Chen Luo will not back down. He sneered and said, Make me pay? Wang Chang, you won't forget my identity, right? My father is the director of this school. Our family donates money to the school every year. Even the principal has to be polite to me. Okay, I want to see how you can make me look good. Chen Luo's words immediately made Wang Qing and Xia Qingyue's minds buzz. The crowd around them also knew at this time. WTF, it turns out that Mr. Chen's father is the director of our school? Oh my god, this identity is too impressive, isn't it? No, why would such an impressive young master want to fight Xia Qingyue to death? You should ask, why didn't Xia Qingyue agree? No, it should be, if she didn't agree, why did she accept such an expensive gift from others? Didn't she know what was going on? It has to be said that although these spectators were on the side of the protagonist at the beginning, after listening to Chen Luo's words, they did not confuse right and wrong and pester him. Instead, they were awakened one by one. Even Wang Qing and Xia Qingyue seemed to realize it at this time. Yes. What they are facing is not an ordinary dog. Chen Luo's family background is amazing. And Chen Luo's words made Wang Qing speechless for a while. Although her family has a little money, in front of Chen Luo, that little money is not even enough for the fraction of his pocket money. What ability does she have to make Chen Luo look good? Even if she reports it to the principal, it's useless. Call the police? It's even more useless. For a moment, Wang Qing's momentum became much weaker. She suddenly regretted it. Why did she have to tear her face with Chen Luo when she was fine? Wouldn't it be even more miserable if she suffered revenge from Chen Luo? Wang Cheng didn't know what Chen Luo would do when he got angry. She had subconsciously treated Chen Luo as a soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed. However, Wang Qing's nightmare was not over yet. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he continued to sneer. By the way, I remember, Wang Qing, your family runs a breakfast shop, right? Then starting today, I will send someone to watch the door of your breakfast shop. As long as there are customers coming to buy, I will have them give them double the money, and then let them go to the stall next door to buy. I want to see how long your breakfast shop can last without any income. As soon as Chen Luo said this, the students around him were a little shocked. Hiss, this is too cruel. Wow, if I was given twice the money, I would walk a few more steps and buy it from somewhere else. This way, I can not only eat breakfast every day, but also earn an extra day's worth of breakfast money. Rich people are so cool, envious. I suddenly felt that this Master Chen Luo seemed very handsome. The wind direction around suddenly changed. Wang Qing's face changed again and again. She had never expected that the matter would become so serious. It involved the family business, how could it be possible? Just like the people next to them said, if someone gave them double the money every day, they would be willing to walk a few more steps. Just kidding, if the breakfast money is 5 yuan a day, then going to breakfast is not only free, but also earning 5 yuan more? If it is 10 yuan, can you earn 10 yuan more every morning? If several people buy it together, wouldn't you make dozens of yuan more every day? This is a great thing for students and ordinary office workers. As for whether there will be people who, because of sentimentality, don't want to pay this money and want to eat at Wang Qing's breakfast shop. Everyone said, maybe there are only a few of them. After all, you can't go against anyone, but not money. How different can the taste of each breakfast shop be? The key is that Chen Luo's method is not illegal. He didn't say that he would hire a few people to make trouble next to the breakfast shop, nor did he secretly use despicable means to harm Wang Qing or her family. This move can be said to hurt the enemy 800 and lose 8 yuan. Yes. The little breakfast money paid every day is simply a drizzle for Chen Luo. He can last a lifetime and make Wang Qing's breakfast shop have no customers. But how long can Wang Qing's shop last? If Chen Luo really does this, it will probably take less than a month. Wang Qing's breakfast shop will have to go bankrupt. The high rent and the daily material money are not enough to make ends meet, and there is no end in sight. How can it not go bankrupt? After realizing this, Wang Qing panicked instantly. Her momentum just now disappeared without a trace. The resentment for Chen Luo's slap was also gone. At this time, she only hoped that Chen Luo would not do this. This is too cruel. Wait a minute, Chen Luo, I was wrong. I beg you not to do this. I will do anything for you, but please don't mess with my parents' breakfast shop, okay? I will kneel down and kowtow to you. Wang Chang is just an ordinary person after all. She is just used to bullying Chen Luo. She ignored his identity as a young master. Are you kidding? When Chen Luo was in high school, he could give Xia Qingyue gifts worth hundreds of thousands. Wouldn't it be easy to spend some money to run their family's shop? Xia Qingyue, who was standing aside, was speechless at this time. As for Chen Luo, he had no fluctuations in his heart. I wanted to communicate with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect that all of you would be so stupid. Then I won't pretend anymore, I'll show my cards. Chen Luo's idea just now was indeed to not cause trouble. But since he has caused trouble, he is not afraid of trouble. He did not answer, but looked at Wang Qing coldly. But the meaning was already very clear. You want me not to mess up your parents' breakfast shop? No way. Where's your arrogant attitude just now? You want me to pay Xia Qingyue's tuition and living expenses? Are you making a fuss? However, what surprised Chen Luo even more was Xia Qingyue's train of thought. When Wang Qing begged desperately, Xia Qingyue seemed to have not figured out her position. She thought that Chen Luo would still listen to her. So, Xia Qingyue stood up and said slowly, Chen Luo, I warn you, if you really do this and hurt Wang Qing's heart, I will never talk to you in this life. I will never let you bring me breakfast again, and I will not contact you after graduation. I am serious. If it was before, Xia Qingyue's trick would definitely work. The dog licker Chen Luo in the book would definitely lower his head immediately and say timidly, No, Qingyue, I was wrong. I beg you, don't ignore me. I will be heartbroken. I will agree to whatever you say. Please talk to me. I can't do without you. But Chen Luo here could hardly suppress his smile after hearing this. Chen Luo, are you serious? Pfft, that's great, double happiness. Chen Luo couldn't hold it in any longer. If Xia Qingyue never got involved with him again, Chen Luo would be so happy. This was a great thing that should be celebrated with firecrackers. However, seeing Chen Luo so happy. No, what's going on? Is Chen Luo's brain broken? Didn't he hear clearly? I didn't contact him after I graduated. But he is very happy? What's going on? This guy, didn't he react? Xia Qingyue didn't know yet, actually she didn't react. Chen Luo didn't like her anymore. He didn't want to be his lapdog anymore. The only way she could threaten Chen Luo before was to ignore him. But once Chen Luo didn't care, Xia Qingyue was nothing. She couldn't affect Chen Luo at all. However, from Xia Qingyue's perspective, she still couldn't believe it. She couldn't order Chen Luo anymore. Because she didn't believe it, Xia Qingyue spoke again, and even emphasized her tone and voice and said, Chen Luo, if you do this again, I really won't pay attention to you for the rest of my life, did you hear me clearly? I said for a lifetime. Xia Qingyue was almost crying because of grievance. Why? Why didn't Chen Luo listen to me? If it were before, he should have come to apologize to me immediately. I was so angry, but he was still indifferent. Is this guy crazy? Xia Qingyue felt that Chen Luo had promised her that they could contact each other after graduation, and now they should be strangers. Xia Qingyue thought that Chen Luo really wanted to endure until graduation for her sake. Later, she thought that this was not bad. At least, during this period of time, she and brother Yifeng could live quietly in their own world. As for after graduation, Xia Qingyue knew. She would definitely not choose Chen Luo. But when the time comes, she would ask Chen Luo to give her more gifts. Then she would use the money from selling these gifts to help brother Yifeng start a business. That's simply perfect. Xia Qingyue believes that she is the best and luckiest woman in the world. Not only did she find an extremely suitable husband, but she also gave him a lot of help. But these are just Xia Qingyue's fantasies now. Chen Luo is not that stupid. He said impatiently, You don't shout so loudly, my ears are fine, for a lifetime. Then you have to keep your word. I support you, but don't come to me or talk to me again in this life, that's it. After Chen Luo finished speaking calmly, he looked at Wang Cheng again. But he ignored her. This made Wang Cheng, who was waiting for hope on the side, even more anxious. Don't go, Chen Luo, you're not going to mess up my parents' breakfast shop, are you? You're not allowed to go. I beg you, I was wrong. I apologize. Just now, Wang Cheng was still fantasizing that Qingyue's words would work. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo was so heartless. Is it that serious? Didn't I just help Qingyue? Why make it so serious? Wang Cheng couldn't imagine what her life and her family's life would be like if her breakfast shop had no income. She still has a younger brother. Wang Cheng thought that she should beg Chen Luo for forgiveness. But this made her feel very aggrieved. And the spectators around were all dumbfounded. They felt that they had really seen a good show tonight. Originally thought that it was the young master of the Chen family who failed to confess again. Unexpectedly, the development of the plot was so explosive. But then again, Wang Qing deserved it. She was so arrogant just now. Didn't she know who could be provoked and who could not be provoked? And Chen Luo's attitude tonight also made some people who were whispering on the side before. All of them slipped away at this time. They had just said bad things to Chen Luo. If they didn't run away at this time, they would be in big trouble if they were also targeted by Chen Luo. However, these people are overthinking. Chen Luo has already written it down. None of them can escape. What are you saying? If it were me, I would have killed myself by hitting my head against a wall. What if you were not afraid of my family's power? You would have driven me away by now. Ha, since this is what you think. Then I, Chen Luo, will grant your wish. As for Wang Chang, who was hugging his thigh, Chen Luo just said coldly, let go. No. I won't let go. Unless you promise me that you won't mess with my breakfast shop. At this time, Wang Qing was still tough and felt that her trick of being a rogue would work. But at this moment, a man suddenly walked out of the crowd. The man was handsome and looked very sunny. As soon as he appeared, he immediately became the focus of the whole audience. Although many people didn't know him, these NPCs had a feeling. That is, the man in front of them was very unusual. Especially Wang Qing and Xia Qingyue, when they saw this man appear, their eyes immediately lit up. Wang Chang let go and ran towards the man. That's right. The guy who appeared was the protagonist of the book Urban Evil Young Master, Yifeng. Everyone saw that Yifeng had a confident smile on his face, and he said directly to Wang Qing, don't be afraid, just let him harass you. I will help you with this matter to the end. When Yifeng said this, it seemed that Wang Qing's life was instantly full of hope. She looked admiring, nodded heavily, and then said, great. Brother Yifeng, then I will rely on you. After saying that, he immediately turned around and stared at Chen Luo with resentment. He cursed in his heart, huh? Is being a school director so great? Is being rich so great? With Brother Yifeng here, you Chen Luo can't make any waves. Hee, Brother Yifeng is willing to help me, our family is saved. And Xia Qingyue on the side also immediately came up and said, Yifeng, have you thought of a solution? This Chen Luo family is very rich, otherwise, let me talk to Chen Luo again, he will listen to me, I really want to confront him this time. Xia Qingyue was worried, afraid that Yifeng would also be targeted by Chen Luo. She now felt that Chen Luo was simply too hateful. Not generous at all. Look at our brother Yifeng, who saw injustice and helped with a confident smile on his face. I believe that if brother Yifeng and Chen Luo exchanged positions, he would never destroy Wang Qing's family because of such a small matter. Fortunately, I am not with Chen Luo. Otherwise, I guess I will be killed by him one day, and it is hard to say. Chen Luo's position in Xia Qingyue's heart suddenly fell to the bottom. On the other hand, Yifeng was the only one who stood up in the whole audience. And Xia Qingyue knew that her brother Yifeng was just an ordinary person. Even so, he dared to stand up and confront the eldest son Chen Luo. This courage and boldness was simply too perfect and too attractive. Xia Qingyue's pretty face flushed slightly, and her favorability towards Yifeng directly rose to an extremely high level. And not only them, but also the spectators around them. They all immediately began to talk about it. Wow, who is this guy? He looks so handsome. Humph. That's how it should be. What Chen Luo did today was really too much. Of course, there were also people who questioned Yifeng and were waiting to be slapped in the face. Ha, I am dying of laughter. Who does this guy think he is? What can he do? Stupid, if you go against Master Chen Luo, you might not even know how you died. If these people follow the plot in the book, they will definitely be slapped in the face. But now, it is not necessarily the case. As for Yifeng, he enjoyed the strange looks from the people around him. Yifeng did not care whether they believed or doubted. This was because Yifeng was 100% sure. Because just now, the system he bound to issued a task. As long as he went to Wang Qing's house to learn how to make breakfast, he would be able to acquire superb cooking skills for making breakfast in a few days. By then, the breakfast made by him, Yifeng, would have a unique taste. Yifeng was confident that he could definitely make those diners give up the money to earn an extra breakfast and be willing to come to Wang Qing's house to eat breakfast. But something made everyone confused. After Yifeng finished speaking, Chen Luo suddenly walked back from the opposite side. Wang Chang and Xia Qingyue immediately became alert. Wang Qing even stood in front of Yifeng, fearing that Chen Luo would suddenly jump up and beat Yifeng. Of course, if that were the case, Yifeng would not be afraid. Because he had completed a system task before, and his physical fitness had been slightly improved. Yifeng still hoped that Chen Luo would dare to take action. In that case, he would let Chen Luo know what a punch as big as a sandbag is. But something made Yifeng dumbfounded. Chen Luo walked over and had no intention of taking action. Instead, he said calmly, "Are you in charge of Wang Qing's affairs? Great, then you can also help pay back the money that Xia Qingyue owes me, how about it?" When Chen Luo said this, not only Xia Qingyue and Wang Qing's faces changed. Even Yifeng didn't know how to answer for a while. His face was full of embarrassment. Because he had just obtained the system, his pocket was full of money. There is not much money at all. Money? What money does Qingyue owe you? Didn't you give all that money voluntarily? Yifeng felt a little guilty when he said this. Because he actually knew that it was not good for Xia Qingyue to do this. She accepted so many gifts from Chen Luo, but she was not even willing to hold his hand. But Yifeng turned around and thought that Chen Luo must have had ill intentions in giving the gifts. Besides, he was the one who insisted on giving them. It was not Sister Qingyue's fault. Yifeng comforted himself in this way and got over it. However, he could never have imagined that some of the gifts Xia Qingyue received were lent to her by Chen Luo. Most of it was indeed my own will, but Xia Qingyue took the initiative to borrow money from me a few times, not much, just a few 100,000. Since you are willing to help Wang Qing, I believe that you will also be happy to help Xia Qingyue pay back the money, right? Chen Luo's face was filled with a warm smile. This scene was completely different from what Yifeng had expected. Chen Luo did not come up and punch him in a rage. He also had no chance to use his newly strengthened fist. Yifeng felt that he was in a dilemma at this time. Holding on to his last hope, his voice trembled a little, and he couldn't help asking, Qingyue, is this true? Xia Qingyue, who was standing by, also showed an embarrassed look on her face. Because she did ask Chen Luo to borrow money. But that was 2 years ago. At that time, Xia Qingyue's family suffered a change. A relative had a car accident and urgently needed money for surgery. That relative was very kind to Xia Qingyue and had a very close relationship with their family. Xia Qingyue's parents could not afford any money. Although she was a junior and still a student, she could not watch her relatives die because they could not afford the surgery. So, Xia Qingyue plucked up the courage to ask Chen Luo for money. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo actually lent the money to Xia Qingyue readily. Hundreds of thousands. For them who were still students, it was a huge sum of money. But after Chen Luo lent it to her, he never mentioned it again. He also didn't ask Xia Qingyue to pay it back. Later, he continued to act like a dog. This also led to Xia Qingyue gradually forgetting about it. She even subconsciously thought that the money didn't need to be paid back. Now after Chen Luo reminded her, she suddenly remembered. Yes. She still owed Chen Luo money. And the people around, after hearing this story, all showed shocked expressions. No way? He can lend me hundreds of thousands of dollars just for free? Where can I find a man like this? The guy in my family would say I am materialistic if I gave him $5.20. Woohoo, how happy would I be if the person pursuing me was young Master Chen Luo? So Xia Qingyue didn't agree to Chen Luo's request? It's fine if she didn't agree, but she didn't pay back the money at all? Not a penny? It's over. Xia Qingyue's image as the campus beauty has collapsed in my eyes, I can't bear to look at it. Listening to the words of the students around her, Xia Qingyue felt even more embarrassed. But she thought again, this can't be blamed on her, she is just a student, not to mention, Chen Luo is so rich, he doesn't care about these hundreds of thousands, right? Xia Qingyue felt more and more wrong the more she thought about it. She subconsciously knew that this was actually wrong. But, she really couldn't pay it back. The most important thing is, when Yifeng saw Xia Qingyue looking so wronged, he immediately felt a sense of justice. Are you kidding? How can I, Yifeng, let the woman I like feel wronged? Isn't it just hundreds of thousands? I have a system. What's there to be afraid of? Yifeng is very confident. He only needs to be given 1 or 2 months. With his ability, he can definitely earn hundreds of thousands. Yifeng will definitely not let Chen Luo have an easy life. Ha, you guy, I guess you think I'm irresponsible, right? What a joke. Today I will let you see the difference between you and me. The more Yifeng thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately said, okay. I will help Qingyue pay back her money. As soon as he said this, Xia Qingyue suddenly looked up. In her eyes, Yifeng's image suddenly became extremely tall and noble. In fact, Xia Qingyue had already started to imagine a big drama in her mind. In that scene, she and Yifeng looked at each other affectionately. With the melodious BGM. You are the wind, I am the sand, BGM. Brother Yifeng. Qingyue's sister. Okay, then write me an IOU now. Unfortunately, this beautiful scene was ruthlessly interrupted by Chen Luo. He took out a pen and paper from somewhere. His face was calm, and Chen Luo was not moved at all by Xia Qingyue and Yifeng's affectionate gaze. This made Yifeng even more embarrassed. Huh? He was a little surprised. What? Don't you need to write an IOU if you owe money? Chen Luo responded coldly. Yifeng looked embarrassed, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and wrote the IOU. Date 2. How long do you plan to pay me back? Is 2 months enough for you? When? Chen Luo said this. Wang Qing beside him immediately became unhappy and immediately stood up and said, Chen Luo, don't go too far. We are all college students. Where can you ask Brother Yifeng to get hundreds of thousands of dollars in 2 months? You are obviously doing it on purpose. Chen Luo resisted the urge to slap Wang Qing again. He said in a cold voice, Xia Qingyue has owed me this money for more than 2 years, and I haven't paid you the interest yet. According to what you said, if you wait for decades to save enough money to pay me back, do I have to wait for decades? Since you have already written the IOU, just write the date directly this time. I am being very polite. Otherwise, I can ask you to pay back the money now. Chen Luo's words made Wang Qing speechless. She didn't dare to say anything more, for fear that Chen Luo would ask Yifeng to pay back the money now. The situation would only get worse. Fortunately, Yifeng had already thought about it. He was sure that he could use the power of the system to raise more than 100,000 yuan within 2 months. Therefore, Yifeng responded calmly, okay? 2 months is 2 months. As soon as these words came out, Wang Cheng and Xia Qingyue next to them immediately showed starry eyes again. Wang Qing thought to herself, no way. He is worthy of being brother Yifeng. He can raise more than 100,000 yuan in 2 months? It's amazing. Xia Qingyue thought to herself, oh my god, brother Yifeng, he is willing to do this for me. I feel like I am marrying him. If I could become his woman, I would be very happy. Chen Luo, who was standing by, looked at these two stupid women, who were so crazy about the male lead. He almost felt like vomiting. Please, can the character of the heroine in these urban cool novels be more outrageous? Even if they are all playthings of the protagonist, they shouldn't be so proactive, right? Chen Luo shook his head in his heart. He didn't bother to care. Anyway, he got the IOU, and Yifeng made a promise on it. If the debt cannot be repaid within 2 months, the amount owed will increase. Of course Chen Luo has to increase the restrictions, otherwise, let Yifeng delay again and again. Wouldn't he be a fool? There is no such good thing in the world. He borrowed more than 100,000 yuan from Xia Qingyue, and he didn't collect any interest for 2 years. It was already a loss. After receiving the IOU, Chen Luo was in a good mood. Humph, this stupid male protagonist owes me hundreds of thousands of dollars at the beginning. He probably wants to use the system to make money to pay me back, too naive. After this incident, Chen Luo has completely figured it out. He must suppress the male protagonist. Let these mentally retarded female protagonists be punished. Otherwise, like Wang Qing's ugly face just now, Chen Luo would have a hard time not slapping her. Originally, Chen Luo wanted to live a peaceful life with the female villain Lin Yun. But now it seems that this is difficult to achieve. But since he has traveled through time, Chen Luo is not willing to live in vain. In this life, he will step on the male protagonist to become the strongest person. Chen Luo's departure made Yifeng somewhat relieved. He was inexplicably thankful. At the beginning, when he stood out, Yifeng wanted to be in the limelight. He wanted to let this guy named Chen Luo have a taste of his power. Unexpectedly, he was so patient. Moreover, Qingyue still owed this guy hundreds of thousands. This was something Yifeng could not have expected. However, although the start was not good, but Yifeng was absolutely confident. Just kidding, he was a man with a system. What was a mere 100,000? Yifeng always felt that he would become the richest man in the world in the future. He had a very strong feeling. Xia Qingyue and Wang Qing, who were standing by, had long been fascinated by Yifeng's operation. Xia Qingyue couldn't help but say, brother Yifeng, don't work so hard. I'll talk to Chen Luo later. That guy should just be temporarily unconscious. I'll ask him to waive the 100,000, so you don't have to pay him back. But as the protagonist, how could Yifeng take the initiative to let the heroine find the villain? In this kind of urban cool novel, if the villain looks at the heroine for a little more, it would be a capital crime for the male protagonist Long Outyen. So, Yifeng immediately said, no, Sister Qingyue, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Yifeng couldn't accept that his beloved woman had any connection with those young masters. He felt that if Xia Qingyue dared to go, he would have misjudged Xia Qingyue. And Xia Qingyue seemed to have noticed that Yifeng was a little angry. She nodded obediently and said, okay. I believe you, brother Yifeng. I will listen to you no matter what you say. She looked so indecisive and charming. In Yifeng's eyes, she was very attractive. He liked such obedient women. But if Chen Luo was present and saw this scene, I'm afraid he would roll his eyes to the sky. The setting of the heroine in this urban cool novel is too outrageous. Anyway, as long as it is done by the male protagonist, no matter whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, the female protagonists will support it unconditionally. It is not okay for others to hit the male protagonist, which is despicable, shameless, and vulgar. It is okay for the male protagonist to hit others, because this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. It's your bad luck to die at the hands of brother Long Outyen. Or, when the heroine hits someone else, it means, XX sister, well done. When someone else hits the heroine, it means, how dare you hurt my sister, you are destined to die. Of course, this is actually not wrong in essence. After all, no one is a saint. It is normal to be strict with others and lenient with yourself. But Chen Luo's current identity is a villain. Since those women are so obsessed with the hero, let them be obsessed. And since people have to do things for themselves, Chen Luo has to resist even more. It is impossible to follow the original plot. Be slapped in the face by the hero. Therefore, what Chen Luo will do next is completely fine. The crowd on the playground dispersed quickly. But this matter also spread to every corner of Nanchang University at an extremely fast speed. Have you heard? The eldest son of the Chen family seems to have broken up with the campus beauty of Lin University. Well said. I have always thought that a rich man like Qin Xiao, who has no shortage of beauties around him, would be so obsessed with the school beauty Lin. If it were me, wouldn't the school beauty next door be more attractive? In society, there are so many beauties, you can grab a lot of them. That's right. With Qin Xiao's background, rich, wealthy, and infatuated, what kind of woman can't he get? Pure, sexy, mature, cute, just thinking about it makes me envious. I guess this school beauty Lin must be regretting it now. She wanted to keep Qin Xiao hanging, but he just let her go? It really made me laugh to death. On campus, based on Chen Luo's identity and the gossip of this story, everyone was talking about it happily. When Wang Qing heard it, she was immediately angry and confronted him directly. What do you mean Qingyue regrets? I tell you, our Qingyue doesn't regret it at all. Then Chen Luo broke up with our Qingyue, and our Qingyue couldn't wait to be happy. Stop spreading rumors. Qingyue doesn't like Chen Luo at all, and I tell you, Chen Luo is just a rich second generation who has no knowledge or skills. Brother Yifeng will be a real strong man in the future. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Wang Qing's words calmed Xia Qingyue down a little. To be honest, she had heard those rumors before. She was still a little shaken in her heart. After all, Xia Qingyue really had no other source of income in the future. The living expenses her family gave her were only enough for her to eat on weekdays. It was extremely difficult for her to buy a few clothes or cosmetics. As for going to high-end restaurants and enjoying romantic displays of love, it was completely impossible. But every time Wang Qing mentioned Yifeng, Xia Qingyue gave up these ideas. Humph. If I'm going to high-end restaurants with Chen Luo, I'd rather go to roadside stalls with brother Yifeng. This is Xia Qingyue's love for Yifeng. She is willing to accompany Yifeng to grow up. And, just like Wang Qing said, Xia Qingyue also thinks that in the future, Yifeng will be the real strongman. Someone like Chen Luo will sooner or later squander his family's wealth. Even if he doesn't, he can never be compared with brother Yifeng. It's just, Xia Qingyue had just come up with this idea. Something started to spread among the classmates. Holy shit. I got an invitation from Master Chen. Tonight at 8 o'clock, Rose Bar. Master Chen wants to treat us. Hey, awesome. I haven't even been to a bar yet, but Mr. Chen has booked the entire bar today and invited many people. I want to go. Hee, I followed Master Chen Luo to broaden my horizons. The life of rich people is really enviable. By the way, there must be a lot of beautiful ladies in the bar, right? Swish, I'm so looking forward to it. Watch the beautiful girl dance for me, this is something a loser like me can watch? Thank you, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen will be my big brother from now on. Whoever dares to say that Mr. Chen is not, I will definitely slap him in the face. Among classmates, no matter they are freshmen, sophomores, juniors, or seniors. Those who received Chen Luo's invitation to the banquet were all very happy. There were men and women, and even people from other schools. Chen Luo directly booked the Rose Bar, giving everyone the opportunity to have fun. It happened to be the weekend today. However, Yifeng, Wang Qing, Xia Qingyue and others were naturally not here. After they learned about this, Wang Qing said angrily, "TSK, is it great to be rich? Prodigal son. At most, he will be crazy for a while. In the future, he will definitely not be able to compare with brother Yifeng." After hearing this, Xia Qingyue was comforted again. That must be the case. At the same time, Xia Qingyue also comforted herself. Humph, this guy, as soon as he separated from me, he ran to the bar to find other beauties. Sure enough, his true nature was exposed, right? Fortunately, I didn't agree to him, otherwise I would probably be cuckolded every day. Thinking about it this way, brother Yifeng is still the best. My brother Yifeng is definitely a very loyal and excellent man. Xia Qingyue felt better when she thought about it. But in fact, Xia Qingyue still felt a little strange. She remembered that when she was in high school, Chen Luo also had a banquet for many people. That time was her birthday, and because of Chen Luo's help, Xia Qingyue had the most glorious and magnificent birthday in her life. She remembered that the birthday cake that day had 7 layers. It is said that a cake costs tens of thousands. And the dress that Chen Luo customized for her was also expensive, making her look like a princess. There were many handsome men and beautiful women around, singing happy birthday to her together. Xia Qingyue was very happy that day. Although, when Chen Luo sent her home and wanted to kiss her, Xia Qingyue turned her head away and said it was not the right time. But Xia Qingyue felt that she did the right thing. But why, I felt a little regretful. Especially at this moment, Xia Qingyue's phone vibrated. She opened it and saw that it was a message from Yifeng. Hi, Qingyue, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. How about we go eat fried noodles together? Wang Qing came over and took a look, and immediately showed an extremely envious expression. Wow! Qingyue, you are so happy, aren't you? Brother Yifeng invites you to eat fried noodles, what are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and agree. If you don't go, I will go, woo woo woo, I am so envious. But when Xia Qingyue thought about Chen Luo and so many handsome men and beautiful women having fun in the bar, she had to go to a roadside stall with Yifeng to eat fried noodles in the heat. Xia Qingyue always felt that she was a little unwilling. What was going on?
Although in the end, Xia Qingyue agreed. But her mentality seemed to have changed a little. What made her speechless was that Wang Qing insisted on coming along. She said that she wanted to ask Yifeng how to help her solve the troubles that their breakfast shop would encounter. But Xia Qingyue really liked Yifeng. At the same time, she didn't want to be cuckolded. I don't know if it was influenced by Chen Luo. Xia Qingyue was a little disgusted with Wang Qing at this time. Brother Yifeng and I are going to have dinner, why are you here to join in the fun? Are we still good girlfriends? Are you sure you want to be a light bulb? But because of their status as girlfriends, and the fact that she and Yifeng had not officially confirmed their relationship. So, Xia Qingyue didn't say anything. It's just that, on the other side. In the Rose Bar. Move and hit, move and hit. Countless handsome men and beautiful women gathered here. The lights were bright and the songs were played one after another. On the stage, the sexy dancing girls were twisting their bodies vigorously. Under the stage, many men and women kept jumping. The atmosphere was very lively. They were so drunk. Chen Luo, on the other hand, sat quietly in the booth in the middle. Next to him, there were a few other rich guys, all of whom were holding two beauties in their arms. They kept drinking, and they were so drunk. Next to Chen Luo were his two most loyal brothers, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu were arranged by Chen Luo's father, Chen Tianhe. According to the original novel, they were loyal to Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo in the book was just average to them. He didn't realize the importance of these two people at all. These two brothers had settled so many things for Chen Luo. But in the end, Chen Luo asked them to go to a hangmen banquet for Xia Qingyue. As a result, they were killed by the male protagonist. The male and female protagonists were still complacent. They finally got rid of these two annoying guys. But Chen Luo in the book was miserable. Without the protection of Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, Chen Luo didn't know how many times he had been beaten. It can be said to be extremely stupid. But here, Chen Luo knew the importance of Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. Of course, he would never do such a stupid thing again. He will treat these two brothers well. Just as Chen Luo thought before. He spent so much money on Xia Qingyue, but he couldn't even hold her hand. Even if you give a dog some food, the dog will wag its tail at you. If you spend 200 yuan on your brothers, they can call you godfather all day long. Chen Luo knew that if he gave such a large sum of money to the two brothers Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, it would be like asking them to kill people now. They all agreed without saying a word. After all, they had a very hard life since childhood. If Chen Tianhe hadn't rescued them, they would have starved to death by now. In addition, according to the setting, these two people are very loyal. Therefore, Chen Tianhe asked them to protect Chen Luo and listen to Chen Luo no matter what. Naturally, the two had no complaints. As for the rich guys next to them, they are all old friends of Chen Luo. Although their family backgrounds are far inferior to Chen Luo's, they are far better than ordinary people. And the purpose of Chen Luo holding this banquet is nothing else. He just wants to experience the happiness of being rich. What he wants to pursue is Lin Yun. Therefore, Chen Luo is not like the male protagonist. He falls in love with every girl he sees. Although there are indeed countless beauties in this book. But, Chen Luo felt that love could not be tainted like this. Opening a harem? Not happening. Chen Luo was certain that in his life, only Lin Yun was enough for him. Chen Luo recalled what the female villain Lin Yun in the book had done for him. Chen Luo couldn't bear to let her suffer this again. With such a wife, what else could a husband ask for? And later, Chen Luo finally achieved his goal. When he waved his hand casually, the DJ guy immediately understood. He shouted directly, "Mr. Chen will pay for all the consumption tonight. Everyone can have fun." Suddenly, the atmosphere in the bar was ignited to the climax. Everyone was so excited. There were even many beautiful women who couldn't help but come to Chen Luo. They wanted to have a drink with him. However, they were all rejected by Chen Luo. It was fun enough, and next, it was time to do some serious business. At this time, a rich young man at the side suddenly became confused and asked, "Oh my god, Luo go, what's going on? Don't you want any beauties? I see that there are many beauties coming to your school today, so beautiful, don't you want to pick two to take back?" This is how the lives of these rich young men are. As long as you have money, what kind of beauties can't you want? They think this is normal. However, Chen Luo shook his head and said, "No, I already have someone in mind." When the young masters around heard this, they immediately became interested. They also heard about the breakup between Chen Luo and Xia Qingyue, the campus belle of Nanchang University. Could it be because of this new woman? What kind of woman can be so charming? Can it make Qin Xiao, the king of licking, give up the top beauty he has liked for 3 years? Who is it? Mr. Chen, can you tell me so that I can open my eyes? Damn! That's awesome. Master Chen, no matter who it is, I support you. We brothers support you. To be honest, we brothers have long been annoyed with Xia Qingyue. She has a beautiful appearance, but she is hanging you like this. It's too much. Yes, if we were not afraid that you would be angry, we would have scolded that woman long ago. But now, you finally came to your senses, and we are really happy for you. The relationship between these rich young men is very good. And Chen Luo did not hide it, and said directly, "The person I want to pursue is Lin Yun." As soon as these words came out, suddenly, the expressions of these people froze. They could never have imagined that Qin Xiao's span was so big. Xia Qingyue, whose family background is very ordinary, although she is beautiful. But Chen Xiao wants to match her, which is more than enough. But this Lin Yun is different. Her family background is not inferior to Chen Luo at all. Even, there is more. Chen Luo's family is very famous in South City. Lin Yun's family business is all over the country and even overseas. Their family is involved in many fields, including supermarkets, shoes, clothes, food, real estate, etc. This is definitely a business tycoon. The most important thing: Lin Yun has a very hot temper. She has more than a dozen thugs under her command, all of whom are very strong and very obedient. It is said that she even has death squads. Under such circumstances, who would dare to mess with Miss Lin Yun? This background is simply amazing. Even Chen Luo can hardly reach it, right? But now, Chen Luo actually wants to pursue this goddess? These rich young men didn't know what to say. They felt that in South City, Chen Luo could get any beauty he wanted. Only a few, such as Xia Qingyue and Lin Yun, were unacceptable. These people just felt that he was worthy of being young Master Chen. From one extreme to another, the span was too big. In the end, they couldn't help but persuade him. "Ahem, Mr. Chen, aren't you being too hasty? As I recall, you and Lin Yun don't seem to know each other, right? Mr. Chen, don't you know how powerful their family background is? If you want to pursue Lin Yun, at least the young men in the upper city have a chance, one level left. Lin Yun's family has people in various fields, and I have never heard of any scandals about her. It is not easy to pursue her. If you want to pursue Xia Qingyue, you have to spend money. These rich boys still think there is a chance." Chen Luoka had no actual control over the family finances. All he had was the pocket money his family gave him every month. The minimum was a few 100,000 yuan, and the maximum was over 1,000,000 yuan. It's not even a fraction of Miss Lin Yun. Lin Yun is the real jewel in the Lin family's crown. She is ridiculously rich. But Chen Luo is not panicking. He knows what Lin Yun's current situation is. He is not worried at all. So, facing the doubts of these people, Chen Luo just chuckled and said, "Don't worry, brothers, I'm sure. Come on, let's go. When the time comes, you can't call Lin Yun, you have to call me sister-in-law, understand?" As soon as Chen Luo said this, several rich boys immediately showed excitement. There was also admiration in Chen Luo's eyes. They raised their glasses and said respectfully, "Good. Luo Gu, awesome. I still say the same thing, no matter who you want to chase, I support you. Luo Gu, you are my idol. If you don't have money to pursue your sister-in-law, just come to me, I can give you all my pocket money. Come. We wish Luoga a successful start. Cheers. Cheers." Chen Luo was enjoying the wine. On the other side, in a roadside stall, the scorching flames had made Xia Qingyue feel uncomfortable. The fried noodles in front of her were still hot, but the weather was too hot and Xia Qingyue had no appetite at all. The hair on her forehead was all stuck together. Yi Feng considerately picked up a few pieces of shredded meat for Xia Qingyue, and asked gently, "Is it delicious, Sister Qingyue? The fried noodles in this restaurant have always been a must." If it was before, Xia Qingyue would definitely smile and say, "Well, it's delicious, brother Yi Feng picked it for you, it's so delicious." But now Xia Qingyue just felt that she had lost her mind? Eating fried noodles next to the gas in the hot summer, and the surrounding environment was not bad. How can this be considered romantic? Especially, Wang Qing on the side ate very deliciously. She also praised Yi Feng for being so good at choosing a place. Xia Qingyue wanted to roll her eyes when she heard it. But what made Xia Qingyue most desperate was not only that. As for Chen Luo, he left early after enjoying himself. There were still many people having fun in the bar. But Chen Luo planned to eat delicious food. Before he traveled through time, he was just an ordinary person and had no chance to enjoy those expensive delicacies. Although I used to watch short videos, I often saw people say that those foods, in addition to being expensive, tasted just so. But after all, only after you have eaten it yourself can you know whether it tastes good or not. It just so happened that Chen Luo was so poor that he only had money left. "That's enough, let's make it." Not only that, Chen Luo also invited Zhao Long and Zhao Hu to join. This scared the two brothers. "Zhao Long, brother Luo, you want to treat us? Really?" Zhao Hu, "No way, brother Luo, it's very expensive to have a meal in Tianshan Renjian." "Of course it's true, you two grew up with me, you are all my brothers, it's just a meal for me, you can eat as much as you want, understand? No matter how much you eat, it's mine, if you don't eat, you are not giving me face." Chen Luo's words almost made the eyes of the two poor brothers wet. "Zhao Long, okay? Brother Luo, in this case, we two brothers will not be polite later." They were already starving. And Chen Luo's actions moved the two of them. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu both said that in the future, as long as it was Luo Ji's words, they would definitely do it. Even if Luo Go wanted them to go through fire and water, they would have no objection. The main thing was that the two brothers believed that Chen Luo would definitely not hurt them intentionally. After that, Chen Luo drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and came to the Tianshan Renjian restaurant. This is the most prosperous area in South City. There are lively squares and expensive restaurants around it. The price per person is over 10,000. In front of the restaurant, there are also busy roadside stalls. It can be said that it is very inclusive. If you have money, South City is full of decadence. If you don't have money, South City is full of worldly fireworks. So, everyone can find their own place in South City. And the interesting thing is that when Chen Luo's car drove past, many people couldn't help but exclaim "Oh fuck. Rolls-Royce? RR? Awesome, whose young man is coming out for dinner? Is this the car of the young master of the Chen family? I think it looks familiar." Many passers-by stopped to watch. Although there are many luxury cars in South City, every time someone sees one, they will sigh. And Xia Qingyue, who was sitting at the roadside stall, naturally saw the Rolls-Royce she had ridden before. "Chen Luo. Xia Qingyue's heart moved. Yi Feng followed Xia Qingyue's gaze and naturally knew that the person sitting there was Chen Luo. Chen Luo obviously didn't notice them. The car drove directly into the underground parking lot. Are they going to eat at Tianshan Renjian? Xia Qingyue would have been fine if she hadn't looked at it. She didn't feel anything. Suddenly, she felt that the fried noodles in front of her were a bit bland. She had eaten at Tianshan Renjian once, and it was Chen Luo who took her there. To be honest, it was the first time for Xia Qingyue to eat such an expensive meal. The two of them spent more than 30,000 yuan. But it must be said that every dish made Xia Qingyue linger. Maybe it was not worth the price, but Xia Qingyue was quite satisfied. It was mainly because Chen Luo paid for it. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be able to afford it in her lifetime. Now seeing Chen Luo's car entering the Tianshan Renjian restaurant, Xia Qingyue naturally imagined that, in addition to Chen Luo, there might be other young ladies sitting in the car. Xia Qingyue was envious. At the same time, she was also secretly cursing, Chen Luo, this guy, changed his mind too quickly. Not long after rejecting me, he hooked up with several young ladies? Humph, fortunately, I didn't agree. Xia Qingyue comforted herself in this way. Seeing this, Wang Cheng on the side did not envy at all. Instead, she mocked, "Ha, what a fool, they eat dishes that cost tens of thousands per person. Don't they know that 10,000 yuan can feed them for half a year? The prodigal son will squander the family fortune sooner or later." Xia Qingyue was inexplicably speechless after hearing this. She also understood that this was because Wang Qing did not know how rich Chen Luo was. But at this time, Yi Feng on the side noticed Xia Qingyue's mood. He immediately said, "Don't worry, Sister Qingyue, I will definitely take you to eat once in the future, it's heaven on earth." Yi Feng is the protagonist after all, he is not stingy. It's just that he has no money now. When he makes money in the future, he must let his beloved woman taste the delicacies of mountains and seas as soon as possible. When Xia Qingyue heard what Yi Feng said, she finally felt a little balanced. She smiled at Yi Feng and simply stopped thinking about it. Humph, what's so good about Chen Luo? Compared with brother Yi Feng, Chen Luo is nothing. Xia Qingyue thought so. But Chen Luo, don't say he didn't know. Even if he knew, Chen Luo didn't care. He quickly took the brothers Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. They took the elevator to the top floor of Tianshan Renjian. The consumption here is the highest, and it is also the most enjoyable place. Not only are there delicious food, but there are also beautiful women dancing. It is completely like the life of an ancient emperor. And it was the first time for the brothers Zhao Long and Zhao Hu to come to such a high-end place. The two looked around, their eyes full of surprise. "Sit down, I'm starving." Chen Luo asked them to sit down. A masked lady in Hanfu came over and said softly, "Hello, here is the menu." Chen Luo took it and ordered a few dishes he wanted to eat, and asked Zhao Long and Zhao Hu to order some as well. They were a little reluctant at first. After hearing Chen Luo's words, they finally gritted their teeth and ordered all the dishes they wanted to eat. In the end, the three of them ordered 60,000 yuan. This is already very high. Of course, for Chen Luo, this is nothing. If he wants, he can eat 60,000 yuan every meal. And Chen Luo remembered that he had not ordered singing and dancing performances the last time he came with Xia Qingyue. This time, for Lin Yun, Chen Luo also held back. Chen Luo did not do these things. He was different from Yi Feng. Yi Feng treated everyone equally. If the dog passing by was a female, he would leave some cause and effect with the dog. If this was a fantasy novel, the female dog would definitely transform in the future to repay the male protagonist and serve him. This is the treatment of the male protagonist in a cool novel. Chen Luo shook his head and was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. The dishes came up quickly. Chen Luo was not polite and ate them directly. Well, not bad, it's worthy of a meal that costs tens of thousands per person. It's really full of the smell of money. Yes, although it tastes good, it is definitely not worth the price. However, this is also for the environment. Anyway, it doesn't cheat the poor, Chen Luo thinks it's good. He just tried it. After eating, Chen Luo walked out of the restaurant happily. In no hurry to go back, he planned to take a walk to digest the food he had just crossed over. Chen Luo still felt that everything was unreal. When he saw the lively crowd outside, the vendors who were constantly stir-frying, the coming and going of vehicles, and the various fragrances in the air. Everything seemed to be similar to the earth before Chen Luo crossed over. But Chen Luo knew that this was no longer the earth. It's not China. Although many things here are similar. Mobile phones have chat software, some games and so on. But there are no short videos, no Guming, Dian and many other well-known brands on earth. And this is Chen Luo's opportunity. Yes, the Jifeng, although there is a system. But Chen Luo, not afraid at all. He also has his own golden finger. That is, the memory of his previous life, and understanding of the plot. Chen Luo knew that according to the original plot, the first rise of the hero Yifeng was due to a task issued by his system. Yifeng was asked to acquire an unfinished small Western-style building. The small Western-style building was in a remote location and was unfinished. So it only cost a few $100,000 to buy it. But in a few months, the place where the unfinished building was located would be divided into school district housing. The unfinished building was transformed, and the price suddenly soared from a few $100,000 to $2 million. Yifeng made a fortune by reselling it. At that time, Yifeng had already earned a lot of money through the first few novice tasks of the system. For example, he helped Wang Qing's family. Wang Qing's breakfast sold very well. He received a large dividend of tens of thousands. Wang Cheng also gave all her pocket money to Yifeng, just to help Yifeng. Thinking of this, Chen Luo was angry. In the original book, Xia Qingyue also helped Yifeng at this time. And the money she used to help Yifeng came from the villain Chen Luo in the book. Yes. At this time, Chen Luo was speechless about the villain Chen Luo in the book. Do you think that if you give the money to the heroine, she will be grateful to you? Dreaming? She handed the money to Yifeng. It can be said that Yifeng's rise is inseparable from the help of the villain Chen Luo in the book. But, since these things were known in advance, of course, Chen Luo here would not let them happen. That unfinished building, Chen Luo will buy it. Not only that, all the people around it who are interested in selling houses, Chen Luo will buy them all. Since he wants to block it, he must block the male protagonist's way completely. If he wants to do it, he must do it thoroughly. Chen Luo doesn't want to be the kind of villain who is killed by the protagonist group because of talking too much or being careless. And when he thought about it, by then, Yifeng wanted to complete the system task with a huge sum of more than 100,000 yuan. But he found out, all the houses over there are beyond his reach. Chen Luo felt so happy just thinking about that scene. However, there is no rush for these now. After living again, he has changed to the identity that Chen Luo has always dreamed of. Of course, he has to enjoy it first. Just eating such expensive food is not enough. Chen Luo is going to go shopping next. He has been unable to hold back for a long time. In the online novels and TV dramas he used to watch, those rich young men would just go to luxury stores and buy whatever they wanted with a wave of their hands. It was so refreshing. But when it comes to Chen Luo in his previous life, he even has to go to a supermarket and buy something worth dozens of dollars. He has to make detailed calculations before deciding whether to buy it. Otherwise, if he is not careful, he may spend too much this month. But now it is different. Chen Luo can squander without restraint. He currently has hundreds of thousands of pocket money in his card. And even if he spends it all, he can just ask his family for more. According to the setting of the original work, the family background of this young master Chen Luo is very terrifying. But in order to pursue Xia Qingyue, Chen Luo refused his family's help many times. He even had a falling out with his parents. The old couple couldn't understand why their silly son had to rely on his own ability to make money. The living expenses given by the family were obviously enough for him to squander. Chen Tianhe and Lui Yi didn't know. This was because Xia Qingyue once said that he liked men who could be self-reliant. To start from scratch by oneself is called ability. So, Chen Luo was a rich young man. He worked part-time and distributed flyers. He did this just to change Xia Qingyue's opinion of him. But the result was, naturally, there was no effect at all. This was normal. Chen Luo in the book didn't understand. Chen Luo, who had traveled through time, understood it all too well. When a woman doesn't like you, no matter what you do, it's useless. They have countless excuses. For example, I don't like men who only spend the family's money. I don't like curly hair. I don't like talking with a curled tongue. I don't like people without a house or a car. I don't like not being with me. Chen Luo could only shrug his shoulders. He knew very well that there was no need to change himself for a woman who didn't love him. Since the other party didn't like him, he should just let go. Love is meaningful only when it is a two-way journey. Not to mention, the woman Chen Luo licks in the book is a woman he will never be able to lick in his lifetime. This road is a dead end in itself. Anyway, let's reconcile with our family when we go back this time. The Chen Luo here is not as stupid as the one in the book. He has money but doesn't spend it? He really doesn't know how to appreciate what he has. As for the money Chen Luo spent on Xia Qingyue, of course it was given by his lovely sisters. There was no way. Although Chen Luo in the book changed himself for Xia Qingyue, he was a young master after all, and he still had to spend a lot of money on many things. Although the sisters were not very willing to let Chen Luo give all the money to Xia Qingyue, they finally agreed based on their love for their younger brother. Thinking of this, Chen Luo felt that he had to bring gifts to his lovely sisters. At this moment, Chen Luo saw a store selling luxury bags in front of him. Chen Luo remembered that his eldest sister Chen Xiaoyun liked these brand-name bags very much. Then buy a bag for the elder sister. Chen Luo knew that in the original book, Chen Xiaoyun helped him a lot. The Chen Luo in the original book did not know how to be grateful. Chen Luo, who traveled through time, had to let his sisters feel the passionate love of his younger brother. So, Chen Luo took the two brothers Zhao Long and Zhao Hu and walked straight towards the luxury bag store in front. But what surprised Chen Luo was that when he walked halfway, he turned his head and suddenly saw. There were three people next to the fried noodles stall across the street. They were the male protagonist Yifeng, Xia Qingyue, and Yifeng's licking dog Wang Qing. Chen Luo was immediately happy. He remembered that there seemed to be such a paragraph in the original book. Yifeng invited Xia Qingyue to come out for fried noodles. Xia Qingyue agreed. Then, after eating, they went for a walk. Then, an outrageous plot appeared. Yifeng directly took Xia Qingyue's hand. Xia Qingyue was shocked, she just blushed and didn't refuse at all? Chen Luo got angry when he thought of this. Damn, think about the villain Chen Luo in the original novel, who spent so much effort to please Xia Qingyue. But after 3 years, he didn't even hold hands. Yifeng had only known Xia Qingyue for a few days and just treated her to fried noodles. Xia Qingyue agreed to hold hands? However, Chen Luo also remembered that this was nothing. Because in another half a month, let alone holding hands, Xia Qingyue would be completely won over by Yifeng. This kind of stupid woman, whoever wants to lick her can lick her, it's so outrageous, and she's still pretending to be cool? After mocking in his heart, Chen Luo didn't care at all. He didn't even pause and continued to walk forward. The three people at the fried noodle stall were all upset. Yifeng's eyes were calm. He was ready. If Chen Luo came to cause trouble, Yifeng would give him a hard time. Wang Qing continued to curse in her heart. But Xia Qingyue, but I feel a little lost. Why didn't Chen Luo come to me when he saw me? Shouldn't he be jealous? At least he should come and say he wants to take me home, right? How could he ignore me? Isn't he afraid that I would be angry? And, he only glanced at me and then turned his head away? This guy. It's so abominable. Then I won't look at him anymore, Xia Qingyue felt very aggrieved. Chen Luo was not like this before. Although, if Chen Luo really came to find her, she would go with Yi Feng. But at least, Xia Qingyue would feel satisfied. Now, Chen Luo's disregard made Xia Qingyue a little unwilling. What's more, at this moment, she really wanted to leave in Chen Luo's Rolls-Royce. Whoa, why should I not ride in a luxury car, enjoy the air conditioning, or eat delicious food, but have to accompany Yi Feng to eat at this roadside stall? When Xia Qingyue thought of this, she suddenly felt that she was stupid. She could enjoy life, but she turned her life into a hell. Fortunately, Xia Qingyue immediately thought that Brother Yi Feng would definitely become rich and outstanding in the future. She felt a little more balanced in her heart. New author, new book. Please support. If you think this book is good, please support the author by urging him to update more. Thank you. Your support is my greatest motivation. But even so, this has become a hurdle that Xia Qingyue can't get over. She is not a materialistic woman. As long as there is someone she likes, that person also likes her. Xia Qingyue feels that the two of them can work hard together, even if they eat at roadside stalls or squeeze on the bus together. As a student, how much money can you have? But, if she could ride in a Rolls-Royce and enjoy free food that costs tens of thousands per person. There would also be singing and dancing performances, and all kinds of luxury bags and jewelry to buy at will. Why should she refuse? At this time, Xia Qingyue herself was a little confused. Chen Luo had been licking her before, but she refused. She refused him for 3 years. As soon as Chen Luo gave up, Xia Qingyue couldn't sit still. The main reason was that she didn't expect that Chen Luo loved her so much before. He said that he would spoil her for the rest of her life. Why did he change his mind so suddenly? He has no integrity at all. He promised me. He will listen to me obediently. The more Xia Qingyue thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She treated Chen Luo as a real dog that she could use at will. The puppy doesn't have so many thoughts. The puppy only knows that it will be happy if you play with it. But Chen Luo, not a real dog. He is a human being, a living person. He is a noble villain. Chen Luo certainly would not mock others for this. But since he has such a life, why make himself so tired? There are obviously many interesting things to do. There is no need to spend all his energy and money on a woman who he can never get. What's more, I still say the same thing. Even a dog knows that if it can't lick something after licking it several times, it will stop licking it. And what surprised Xia Qingyue was that Chen Luo didn't bring the woman from the bar out. The people next to him seemed to be his two brothers? This made Xia Qingyue a little at a loss. How is this possible? This guy, how could he not find many beauties to accompany him? He is a young master. Xia Qingyue has always been prejudiced against Chen Luo's identity. This is caused by her setting as the heroine. However, Xia Qingyue felt aggrieved and had many thoughts. Chen Luo, on the other hand, was having a very pleasant time. In the admiring eyes of the sales lady, Chen Luo waved his hand and said, this, and this bag, pack them all for me. Behind him, the two brothers Zhao Long and Zhao Hu were relatively calm. They knew how wealthy Chen Xiao's family was. But these teller ladies, although they have seen rich people buy bags, but this kind of rich people who buy brand name bags as easily as buying vegetables. And so young and so handsome. That's rare. Several teller ladies surrounded him. To be honest, these ladies alone have pretty faces and figures. They all wear black stockings. Each one is beautiful and sweet, and they are making various introductions to Chen Luo. Some of them even want to add Chen Luo's contact information. But Chen Luo refused. In his heart, there was only Lin Yun. He knew that if he betrayed Lin Yun, he would become like Yi Feng, who was a playboy and had many wives. Then what was the difference between him and the weak-minded male protagonist Yi Feng in this cool novel? After Chen Luo left with those bags, he thought again. The gifts for my second, third, fourth, and fifth sisters cannot be left out. Chen Luo doesn't think that having so many sisters and giving so many gifts at once is a burden. On the contrary, he is very happy. It is a kind of happiness to be loved by these sisters. So Chen Luo went shopping again. He went to the jewelry store and bought a jade bracelet. His second sister Chen Xinyan liked it. He bought exquisite cosplay clothes and figures in the cosplay store, which were for his third sister Chen Menjing. He went to the food store and bought some exquisite pastries, which were the taste of his fourth sister Chen Guya. Finally, he went to the toy store and bought some cool toys. His fifth sister Chen Wanting liked these childish toys. After Chen Luo bought them all according to his memory, he also had more inspiration. For example, when visiting the toy store, Chen Luo did not see the familiar Transformers, Ultraman, Kamen Rider, etc. Chen Luo did not recognize those toys. But in this world, they are also very popular. Then Chen Luo had a clue. He did not believe that Transformers, Ultraman, etc. would not be popular in this world. Including many well-known movies and TV series, they do not exist in this world. In this way, Chen Luo has a lot of potential. He now feels like he wants to do something big. But he also knows that there is no rush, just take it slowly. Chen Luo is off to a great start. He can plan his growth path steadily. However, on the other side, the eyes of Xia Qingyue, Yi Feng, and Wang Qing all involuntarily stayed on Chen Luo. Wang Qing looked mean, and was upset about Chen Luo's request to run their breakfast shop. Then she thought of Yi Feng helping her settle it. As a result, Wang Qing praised and thanked Yi Feng from time to time. As the male lead, Yi Feng also responded with a sunny and bright smile. But if Xia Qingyue in the original book heard these words, she should be proud of brother Yi Feng. But now, these words fell into Xia Qingyue's ears. But she was very disgusted. Wang Qing, you are a little over the line, you know? Xia Qingyue wanted to say this. But because of her face, she could only complain silently in her heart. At the same time, she thought, why did Chen Luo buy so many things? At this time, Wang Qing, who was standing by, seemed to have seen through Xia Qingyue's thoughts and suddenly said, Qingyue, look, what did I say? Chen Luo is already a little impatient. Ah? Wang Cheng, what do you mean? Xia Qingyue was a little unresponsive. Yi Feng beside her also showed curiosity, wanting to hear what Wang Qing meant by this. Stupid, look at Chen Luo, he bought brand-name bags and bracelets, it's obvious that he wants to apologize to you. Have you forgotten that he has given you many bags, jewelry, and so on before? When Wang Qing said this, Xia Qingyue was a little awake again. Yes. Come to think of it, before Chen Luo gave her gifts, it was like this, going around in major brand stores, right? When Xia Qingyue thought of this, she felt a little excited. If Chen Luo really regretted it and was willing to give her a gift and apologize, then Xia Qingyue, the anger will be relieved a lot. At this time, Xia Qingyue hoped that things were just as Wang Qing said. However, Xia Qingyue also reacted quickly. Brother Yi Feng was still beside. How could I make brother Yi Feng jealous? So, Xia Qingyue hurriedly distanced herself from him and said, that guy, even if he wants to apologize to me, I won't accept it. He did such an excessive thing to my good sister, and made brother Yi Feng owe a huge sum of more than 100,000 yuan. There is no way I can forgive him. Xia Qingyue said proudly. Wang Qing was very happy. She raised the drink next to her and smiled, hee, good sister, come, I'll toast you a glass. Xia Qingyue was also very happy. Yi Feng was even more satisfied. The women around him obeyed his words very much, whether they were school beauties, nurses, beautiful presidents or something else. Anyway, as long as they were little women. Yi Feng liked them very much. At the same time, he also swore in his heart. Chen Luo. What you did to me today, I will definitely return to you double in the future. The male protagonist Yi Feng regarded Chen Luo as an enemy. He firmly believed that in the future, Chen Luo would definitely oppose him in everything. This guy would never really let go of Qingyue. Therefore, in order to better protect Xia Qingyue in his arms, Yi Feng would continue to work hard. In a few days, he would go to Wang Qing's breakfast shop to learn skills to complete the first task issued by the system. Yi Feng knew that it would be the first step in his rise in life. With the system in hand, are you still afraid of not being able to grow? Will you lose if you cheat? Not possible. Yi Feng is full of confidence. However, on the other side, after a happy shopping, Chen Luo ignored these people and got into his Rolls-Royce directly. He planned to go home. Dear sisters, here I come. Chen Luo was filled with excitement. But this was seen by the three people. Yi Feng sneered, Wang Cheng sneered, and Xia Qingyue was stunned again. This Chen Luo, you bought so many things, but you just left without even looking at me? How come this is different from what Wang Qing described? Aren't those gifts meant for me? Suddenly, Xia Qingyue's mentality became a little unbalanced again. From Xia Qingyue's perspective, she has figured it out. She probably picked the gifts Chen Luo bought for her in the past like this. He would take his two brothers to various luxury stores. When Xia Qingyue was in high school, she received many gifts from Chen Luo, including brand-name bags, jewelry, gold, etc. So, after listening to Wang Qing's words, Xia Qingyue really thought that Chen Luo was going to buy a gift and then apologize to her. But his unrestrained departure made Xia Qingyue somewhat aware of reality. But Xia Qingyue didn't understand. If he didn't give these gifts to me, who could he give them to? Could it be that this guy has already fallen in love with someone else? He made a seamless transition. Xia Qingyue was angry again. She thought that if this was true, then Chen Luo was going too far. I had thought before that he came out of the restaurant without bringing other girls with him. It turned out that those girls might be waiting for him somewhere else? Even in the hotel. Humph. This guy really has a bad nature. Xia Qingyue cursed Chen Luo inwardly. At the same time, she gave Yi Feng a few more points in her heart. Compared with brother Yi Feng, this Chen Luo is simply too bad. Xia Qingyue was dissatisfied. However, deep in her heart, she still felt a little lost. Yi Feng was quite happy about this. He had made up his mind to work hard to become stronger and resist the eldest son of the Chen family. Now that the young Master Chen did not come to cause trouble, it just gave Yi Feng a chance to accumulate strength. Yi Feng knew that he only needed a little time to turn things around. Wang Cheng did not continue to mention it, saying that the gift was for Xia Qingyue. Without Wang Qing's assistance, Xia Qingyue was a little confused by her own wild thoughts. But on the other hand, Chen Luo was in a very good mood. He said this, not he only bought gifts for his 5 sisters. Naturally, he also bought gifts for his parents in the book. This time, Chen Luo wanted to reconcile with his family. He would never do the behavior of Chen Luo in the original book, who refused to accept help from his family. Are you kidding? Why not take the shortcut and make things difficult for yourself? That's too stupid. To be honest, in the original book, Chen Luo was born a young master. He has been a rich man for more than 10 years, and under the influence of Xia Qingyue. It is understandable that he might want to make a name for himself. But before Chen Luo traveled through time, he had suffered enough from working. If at this time, someone suddenly jumped out and said, I am your father, and I am also a billionaire. Dad has prepared a house for you, and you can choose any car you want. The family business is waiting for you to inherit, and you don't have to work and run around for a living anymore. Chen Luo would probably be moved to death. This kind of pie in the sky. Chen Luo didn't dare to think about it before. He had been a slave for half his life. His dream had long been wiped out. But now, he was sitting in a luxurious and spacious luxury car. He was in an extremely happy mood. Whether this was a dream or not, Chen Luo had decided. In this life, he must enjoy life. The car soon drove in. The most upscale residential complex in South City is called Phoenix No. 1 inch. The luxury of this residential complex is jaw-dropping. The residents there are all entrepreneurs, celebrities, bosses, etc. And the residential buildings are also very expensive. The unit price is hundreds of thousands per square meter. A large flat costs tens of millions. There are even hundreds of millions. But this is nothing for Chen Luo's family. In fact, Chen Luo's family has more than just Phoenix No. 1 Mansions. There are also several in other cities. With a background like Chen Luo, he has one in front of people and another behind their backs. He has one in South City, one in Mo City, one in Shangqing, and one in Jiangcheng. He still couldn't figure out why Chen Luo in the original novel had to stick to Xia Qingyue. There were beauties everywhere in Nanchang. With the background of the Chen family, who could he not chase after? Even Chen Luo knew. Their family lived in Yunqing, and they also had a manor, which was even more luxurious. Chen Luo had been there several times when he was a child. According to his memory, the manor covered an area of 10,000 square meters and was fully equipped. There were horse farms, golf courses, swimming pools, bars, saunas, large gardens, etc. It was full of aristocratic atmosphere. I got on the elevator and went to the 11th floor. As soon as the door opened, Chen Luo couldn't help but exclaimed, "It is indeed a mansion of a rich man." Chen Luo was amazed. This large riverview flat, this huge floor-to-ceiling window. This luxurious decoration. If I could live here, I would be willing to drive a sports car and wear a famous watch. Chen Luo complained in his heart. At this time, a lady with her hair in a bun came out. "Xiao Luo is back, come, let me peel an apple for you." This woman is Chen Luo's mother in the book. Her name is Louis. Although she is nearly 50 years old, she still has her charm because she has taken good care of herself. Her skin is fair and her figure is not to mention. She is wearing a dark green dress and looks very elegant. "Well, thank you, Mom. Where's my dad?" Chen Luo asked. "Your dad is in his office." Louis replied. "Okay." Chen Luo said, and went straight to Chen Tianhe's office. Pushing open the door, Chen Luo saw the man who looked just like the one described in the book. His hair was a little gray, but he was well dressed. He was holding a newspaper and watching the news. This was Chen Tianhe's habit. "Xiao Luo is back, what's up?" "Chen Tianhe is on vacation today and is not in the company." "Dad, I want some pocket money from you." "Huh?" Chen Tianhe was a little stunned. He put down the newspaper and looked at Chen Luo with a surprised look on his face. "You kid, didn't you say before that you wouldn't use our money? What's wrong? What difficulties have you encountered?" "Wait, you want money, isn't it for that woman named Xia Qingyue again?" Chen Tianhe didn't like Xia Qingyue at all. It's not that he looked down on the poor. It's just that this woman, our Xiao Luo, has been pursuing her for 3 years. In the end, she didn't even let him hold her hand? If it were Chen Tianhe, he would have walked away long ago. Why would he waste so much time with you? But his silly son is too infatuated. If he really wants to continue to spend money on that woman, Chen Tianhe doesn't want to give it to her. He is rich, but he is not a fool. If Xia Qingyue is obedient, it will be fine. He will not be stingy with this little money. But the key is that this woman is clearly teasing our silly boy. Humph, forget it. But Chen Luo's next words shocked Chen Tianhe. "No, Dad, I have decided not to pursue Xia Qingyue. I asked you for money because I have other things to do." When these words came out, even Chen Tianhe, who was knowledgeable, couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Outside the room, Louis, who was delivering apples, heard these words. She didn't hold the apples firmly, and the apples fell to the ground. Louis stepped forward quickly, grabbed Chen Luo's arms on both sides, and said with surprise, "Xiao Luo, is what you said true? Oh my God! Our child finally got it. The ancestors showed up." Louis was a little emotional for a while. Then she walked to the wall and started burning incense? This made Chen Luo dumbfounded. It seems that the setting of the villain Chen Luo in the book is really outrageous. This made the two old men have an overreaction. "Child, are you serious, kid? That's great. God is watching over us. My Xiao Luo is finally not so infatuated anymore. Okay, no matter how much money you want, Dad will give it to you, ha ha ha. I am so happy." Chen Tianhe originally thought that he would have time to rest for a day. But every time he thought of Chen Luo's actions, he couldn't help sighing. You said our Xiao Luo is so handsome and rich. Why does he have to stick to that girl named Xia Qingyue? Although that girl is indeed very beautiful. But our Xiao Luo is not bad at all. But Chen Tianhe has persuaded him many times. But Chen Luo even spoke badly to him later. He said that if you continue to control me like this, I will run away from home or something. This scared the old couple, and they dared not say anything bad about Xia Qingyue anymore. However, now, everything seems to have changed. As long as Chen Luo doesn't spend money on Xia Qingyue, even if he says he wants to buy himself a sports car or something, Chen Tianhe will agree at this time. Is 1 million enough? Dad, first how about you transfer 1 million? Chen Tianhe said without waiting for Chen Luo to answer. This scared Chen Luo. Hiss, it's good to be rich. Just give millions. Chen Luo also knew that this was normal. With the Chen family's background, giving his own child 1 million is equivalent to an ordinary person giving his own child 100 yuan. Chen Luo was of course satisfied. However, he felt that there was something he still had to talk to his parents about. Ahem, Dad, although I don't pursue Xia Qingyue anymore, I want to pursue another girl now. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Chen's father and mother changed immediately. Chen Tianhe looked aggrieved. Son, you didn't just lick Xia Qingyue and now you want to lick another woman, right? Alright, it's possible that other girls are not as good at keeping people in suspense as Xia Qingyue. Okay. Dad supports you too. Louis, who was burning incense, was also a little worried. However, Chen Luo's next words shocked them even more. Dad, the girl I want to pursue is Lin Yun. Lin Yun? Chen Tianhe was stunned. He felt that the name seemed familiar. After a moment, he suddenly widened his eyes. Child, the Lin Yun you are talking about is the daughter of Lin Xiaowu, the chairman of the Lin Group? It's her. Chen Luo's smile widened. He was a little excited when he thought of what Lin Yun had done for him in the book. This Lin Yun was his destined wife. Chen Tianhe and Louis were even more excited when they heard this. Great! Chen Tianhe shouted, then ran out and burned incense with Louis. The ancestors showed their power. My son has finally made it. Thank you ancestors. Chen Luo looked at the speechless actions of the old couple. He was also ashamed. Son, Dad supports you. Although our family cannot compare with the Lin Group, Dad thinks that Lin Yun is much better than Xia Qingyue. It's okay, even if we fail. In this way, Dad will transfer 10 million to you. You should think carefully and go after her boldly. Chen Tianhe encouraged Chen Luo. He knew that if his good son could catch up with Lin Yun, it would be of great benefit to the entire Chen family. Even if he failed, it didn't matter. At least, his good son had come to his senses, right? However, Chen Tianhe also knew that the little girl named Lin Yun seemed very hot. Whether it was her temper or other aspects, it was not something that an ordinary young master could handle. Even though my son was different from an ordinary young master, Chen Tianhe still felt that there was little hope. However, none of this matters. Today, his son has grown up. Chen Tianhe is so happy. He quickly sent the news to the family group. Chen Tianhe, everyone, big news. Xiao Luo has decided to give up and stop chasing Xia Qingyue. For a moment, the group immediately became lively. Eldest sister, Chen Xiaoyun, what? Third sister, Chen Menjiang, no way? Dad, is this true? Did Xiao Luo tell you in person? Chen Tianhe, of course, Xiao Luo is by my side now. Ha ha. I am so happy today. Chen Tianhe's words are undoubtedly a bombshell. Because in the cognition of these people, their silly brother's admiration for Xia Qingyue, it can be said that it has reached the level of madness. The key is that they think that Xia Qingyue is nothing special. In addition to being beautiful and having personality, what else is there? If Xiao Luo wants to find a beauty like this, isn't there a lot? No one can understand why Chen Luo has to fight Xia Qingyue to death. After 3 years of hard pursuit and hundreds of thousands of dollars spent, he never even held her hand. It's ridiculous. But it's all right now. In the family group, several sisters were very satisfied with Chen Luo's move. They all gave him a thumbs up. Eldest sister, Chen Xiaoyun, after going to college, this little guy finally got it. Third sister, Chen Menjing, support. Xiao Luo is so great. Little guy, wait for me, I will give you a big hug when I get back. Fourth sister, Chen Guyao, did I miss something? Fourth sister, Chen Guyao. Xiao Luo is not pursuing that Xia Qingyue anymore? Oh my god. Is this really true? Eldest sister, Chen Xiaoyun, It seems that everyone is very surprised. The lively atmosphere in the group made Chen Luo feel very warm. He didn't have such a family group in his previous life. However, at this moment, seeing that the discussion was almost over, Chen Tianhe released another bombshell. Chen Tianhe, my dear daughters, not only that, Xiao Luo also told me that he has decided to pursue that girl named Lin Yun. As soon as this was said, the group was instantly silent. After a long while, the eldest sister Chen Xiaoyun was a little surprised and said, Lin Yun, the eldest daughter of the Lin group? As soon as this was said, Chen Luo's other sisters also felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. At this time, they all felt that all this was quite unreal. Third sister, Chen Menjing, oh my god, my brother, this span is a bit big. Fourth sister, Chen Guyao, I think it's good, come on, Xiao Luo, I support you. Eldest sister, Chen Xiaoyun, when I go back, I have to have a good chat with Xiao Luo. This matter is too unexpected. In the group, Chen Luo's sisters began to chat. Lui looked at her phone with a smile on her face, diving silently. Chen Tianhe was so happy that he sent several big red envelopes in the group. Let these children grab them. Chen Luo also calmly clicked on it. He robbed about 50,000 yuan. After that, Chen Tianhe's 10 million was quickly transferred to Chen Luo's card. Looking at the balance of more than 10 million on the card, Chen Luo once again felt the joy of having money. Hiss, an 8-digit deposit, I never thought that I, Chen Luo, would have such a day. At this time, Chen Luo felt that he had finally held his head high. He knew that there was a very good saying in his previous life. Some things you don't have when you are born, and you will never have them again in this life. The only way is to pray and be reborn into a good family in the next life. As a result, did Chen Luo's luck really change? After saying goodbye to Chen Tianhe and Lui, he came to the street again. The confidence brought by the deposit of more than 10 million made Chen Luo hold his head high. Although he was driving a luxury car and had the identity of a rich man before, there were only hundreds of thousands on the card, which felt average. Now it's different. Getting more than 10 million so easily. Chen Luo felt that this was much faster than that of the stupid male protagonist Yifeng. Chen Luo remembered that it took Yifeng a considerable amount of time to earn the first 10 million in his life. However, since he is a villain, Chen Luo has also decided to suppress the male protagonist. He was not in a hurry before and enjoyed it. Now, it's almost time. Chen Luo knew very well that Yifeng would go to Wang Qing's breakfast shop to complete the task and earn the first pot of gold in his life. And Chen Luo, of course, would not let him succeed so easily. Chen Luo planned to let the brothers Zhao Long and Zhao Hu handle this matter. Chen Luo still recognized the ability of these two brothers to do things. After listening to Chen Luo's plan, Zhao Long nodded and said, "Don't worry, brother Luo, leave it to us. I promise that no one will go to the breakfast shop every day from now on. Well, remember, don't use violence, just take the money and get the job done." Chen Luo doesn't have much of anything now. He just has a lot of money. If he uses violence, Chen Luo knows that Yifeng has learned some martial arts now. Although 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, it's not necessary. He directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. This is enough for them for a long time. If it's not enough, take more. The two brothers took the money and left directly. After doing this, Chen Luo sorted out his mood. Next, he was going to meet the most important woman in the book. For him, that is, the female villain in the novel Urban Evil Young Master. Lin Yun, the daughter of the Lin Group. Why is Lin Yun a female villain? It's very simple. Lin Yun likes Chen Luo. And the male protagonist Yifeng, in the book, embarrasses Chen Luo everywhere. The female protagonist Xia Qingyue also rejects Chen Luo in every way. This makes Chen Luo embarrassed frequently. So, Lin Yun and Xia Qingyue and Yifeng, and other female protagonists, confronted each other. As a result, it is natural to imagine. If we only talk about the abilities of the heroines, they certainly can't compete with Lin Yun. But Yifeng is Long Outyan with a system. He has the aura of the protagonist. Not to mention that Chen Luo was slapped in the face. Lin Yun's side is not much better. All her difficulties were resolved by Yifeng. For example, there is a plot in the book. When Chen Luo confessed to the heroine Xia Qingyue again, it didn't work. Because Xia Qingyue took another sum of money from Chen Luo at that time. So Chen Luo finally got a little anxious and planned to use force. He held Xia Qingyue's hand, but Xia Qingyue seemed to have touched something very dirty. He began to struggle frantically. Just at this time, the male protagonist Yifeng fell from the sky and kicked Chen Luo directly. Xia Qingyue also took the opportunity to throw herself into Yifeng's arms. That scene was very much like an idol drama. Then, the villain Chen Luo in the book was furious, saying, "Yifeng, you dare to hit me? You are looking for death." Yifeng smiled contemptuously, looked at Chen Luo who rushed up, and shot again. He beat up Chen Luo in the book and acted like a big shot. He won the hearts of many female spectators. At that time, Yifeng had already begun to emerge. And just at this time, the female villain Lin Yun appeared. She walked up aggressively and slapped Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue was stunned. Because she was a beauty, Yifeng also sympathized with her. Or, he was lustful again. So, he did not attack the female villain Lin Yun. But Lin Yun waved her hand, and immediately, her thugs rushed up. Then, it was time for Yifeng to show off again. According to the description in the book, Yifeng's mouth corners were raised at that time, which was a standard Dragon King smile. Then, there was a fight. Yifeng won the victory elegantly. Lin Yun was frustrated, but still looked at Yifeng and Xia Qingyue unconvinced. Yifeng looked at Lin Yun with admiration. He said, "Very gentlemanly, Miss Lin Yun, I will let Qingyue avenge this revenge personally." Lin Yun replied, "Humph, that I'll wait for you." After that, Yifeng took Xia Qingyue away. Xia Qingyue was not the kind of person who hated evil. She didn't care. But Yifeng insisted on helping Xia Qingyue grow. Let her win over Lin Yun in other fields. This touched Xia Qingyue. Her inner affection for Yifeng increased again. However, only Chen Luo knew that. Yifeng, the bulldozer at that time, had already included Lin Yun in his harem list. Yifeng liked Xia Qingyue, but he also liked Lin Yun, Chen Ruoxue Manhwa, and Zhou Tingting. Except for Lin Yun, all of them are Yifeng's future women. What made Chen Luo angry was that, according to the book, after Yifeng left, Lin Yun came forward to show concern for the villain Chen Luo. But Chen Luo actually slapped Lin Yun and angrily asked her why she hit Xia Qingyue. "What qualifications do you have to hit Qingyue? You broke her face, what are you going to pay for it? You stupid woman." After saying that, Chen Luo left in anger. Only Lin Yun was left standing there in a daze. This made Chen Luo very angry. To be honest, if Chen Luo were to do this, he would have to slap the dog-licking Chen Luo in the book. "You are such a fool. You don't want a good girl like Lin Yun, but you have to go for Xia Qingyue?" Anyway, Chen Luo here has made up his mind. No matter what, he must stay away from those heroines. They all have problems in their brains. Like Xia Qingyue, touching her hand is like touching something dirty. If it were the current Chen Luo, he would only say, "Are you worthy? I don't even bother to touch you." What's more, Yifeng, let alone touching her hand. Even touching her upper mouth or lower mouth is casual. Thinking of this, Chen Luo felt nauseous. White Lotus, saintly bitch. This is the setting of the heroines in this cool novel. However, what's interesting is that last night, after Chen Luo left the prosperous area, Xia Qingyue and Yifeng, as described in the original book, went shopping and walking directly. This time, Wang Qing finally left tactfully. Although Wang Qing was also reluctant in her heart. But according to the setting, Wang Cheng would not take the initiative, or be very strong, to snatch Yifeng from Xia Qingyue. She could only find an opportunity to drink soup. And according to the original book, Yifeng treated Xia Qingyue to a meal of fried noodles. The two took a walk together, and the scene was described as very romantic. Xia Qingyue's heart was stirring, and Yifeng was in high spirits, with the system in his body, and he was full of heroic spirit. Then he directly held Xia Qingyue's hand. Xia Qingyue did not refuse, but her pretty face blushed. For Chen Luo, every time he thinks of these, he will feel disgusted. I still say that. The villain Chen Luo in the book has spent so much time and energy chasing you for several years. But you don't even want to hold hands? Good. If you don't want to, you are arrogant. But in front of this male protagonist Long Outyan, why don't you continue to be arrogant? He just treated you to fried noodles, and you took the initiative to throw yourself into his arms? There is no way, the villain, this is the treatment. Even if the villain is sincere and devoted to the heroine will eventually return to the arms of the righteous. It would be great if this righteous person was also wholehearted. But in this urban cool text setting, the male protagonist has hundreds of women in the harem. Chen Luo could only sneer. Stupid Xia Qingyue likes to cheat on him. So let her be. However, what Chen Luo didn't expect was, last night, in the park, Xia Qingyue and Yifeng were taking a walk. Yifeng was in a good mood. He didn't take young master Chen Luo to heart. In Yifeng's eyes, he had a system, so no matter what young master or rich man he was, in the end, they would all surrender to him. Including all kinds of treasures, beauties, luxury cars, and mansions, they would all be his. Thinking of this, Yifeng became more and more excited. Looking at the beauty beside him, feeling the fragrance. Yifeng stretched out his hand, but the moment his hand touched Xia Qingyue, the upset Xia Qingyue actually pulled her hand back? She dodged. This action made Yifeng stunned. Ahem, Sister Qingyue, are you okay? Yifeng certainly didn't act like a hooligan. He wasn't in a hurry. He still asked in a gentlemanly manner. I'm fine. Xia Qingyue was a little absent-minded. In fact, she was thinking about Chen Luo's actions just now. Are those things bought for me? Chen Luo, are you really not going to pursue me? How could he not pursue me? He clearly said that he would protect me for the rest of my life. How did things turn out like this? Yes. Xia Qingyue, while taking a romantic walk with Yifeng, was thinking about the villain Chen Luo. If Yifeng knew this, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. However, Xia Qingyue did not say it. She didn't have much in mind at this time, and continued her sweet walk with Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, I have something to do, so I'll go back first. What's the hurry? Yifeng was a little confused. It's my family's business. Xia Qingyue felt that Yifeng seemed to be a bit too controlling. Come to think of it, they had only known each other for less than half a month. But Yifeng continued to promote the protagonist's aura. Do you need my help? Qingyue, don't worry, as long as it's your business, I can do anything. Yifeng felt that what he said would definitely warm her up for the whole day. Xia Qingyue actually liked to hear such words. The key is that Yifeng doesn't know how to make empty promises. He has a system, and he rose to prominence later. Is there anything that the male protagonist can't handle? But Xia Qingyue just felt upset. She forced a smile and said, No need, brother Yifeng, it's not a big deal. I'll leave first. Bye. Bye. looking at Xia Qingyue's back as she left. Yi Feng didn't notice anything unusual. He just swore in his heart. I will definitely catch up with you, Sister Qingyue. Then, Yi Feng thought of Chen Luo again. His face suddenly became gloomy. Young Master Chen, I will slowly settle the score with you for Sister Qingyue. Yi Feng felt that Chen Luo's previous harassment of Xia Qingyue was all revenge that needed to be taken. These things will not be settled just like that. Chen Luo didn't know that the male protagonist had hated him again for no reason. He didn't know what happened with Xia Qingyue. Early in the morning, Chen Luo bought breakfast and prepared to go to the classroom. Nanchun University is a key university. According to Chen Luo's setting, he is not only wealthy, but also has good grades. In addition, Chen Tianhe is a director of Nanching University, so it is easy to enter any school and any class. And in the setting, Chen Luo, Xia Qingyue and Lin Yun are all classmates. Yes. Lin Yun was not only Chen Luo's classmate in high school. In college, they were in the same class. But Chen Luo also knew. This is actually similar to him. In the setting, Chen Luo used his connections to be assigned to the same class as Xia Qingyue. Lin Yun also used her family's connections to be in the same class as Chen Luo. Speaking of which, Lin Yun is relatively quiet in the class, although she is a rich lady. But Lin Yun has no contact with other people. What she does every day is to sit in the corner and observe Chen Luo silently, and secretly envious of everything Chen Luo did for Xia Qingyue. Lin Yun really hoped that Chen Luo could do those things for her, because of her secret love for Chen Luo. In addition to family reasons, Lin Yun felt that if there was someone willing to help bring breakfast, help pour water, bring an umbrella when it rains, and remind herself to go to bed early and get up early every day and take care of her body, that would be so lucky. Lin Yun is very withdrawn. Since childhood, her family has asked her to learn this and that skill. She has not fallen behind in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. After finally growing up, she has more freedom. But because of her personality, she has few friends. Therefore, Chen Luo's weight in Lin Yun's heart is very high. And the things that Chen Luo did on the playground 2 days ago, Lin Yun already knew about it. She was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo actually said that he would no longer contact Xia Qingyue. For this, Lin Yun was very happy. Today, she walked with the wind to school. Lin Yun never thought that Chen Luo would pursue her. But as long as Chen Luo is no longer hung by Xia Qingyue, Lin Yun will be satisfied. Originally, Lin Yun was thinking about whether to find some people to make Xia Qingyue suffer. However, she thought about it and gave up. According to the setting in the book, Lin Yun is a female villain, so she is very resourceful in doing many things. The rumors about Lin Yun that she is a hot big sister are completely true. Lin Yun's hair is red. Her skin is very fair. Needless to say, her appearance is not inferior to Xia Qingyue. She just lay on the table, resting her face on her arm, fiddling with the pen in front of her boredly. I don't know what Chen Luo is thinking. Is he really going to give up Xia Qingyue? In this case, do I have a chance? I really envy Xia Qingyue, who has a good man like Chen Luo who has loved her for 3 years. Lin Yun is a bystander. She saw all of this. Xia Qingyue has a filter for Chen Luo. After listening to Wang Qing's words, she felt that the lives of these young masters were very decadent. There were countless beauties around them. It was impossible for them to be loyal, they were just playing around. In fact, this was not wrong. With Lin Yun's identity, she had seen countless young masters with bad reputations. Many of those people had pursued Lin Yun, but they were all rejected by Lin Yun coldly. Those rich young men were truly promiscuous. They treated women as tools. Lin Yun naturally could not have any good feelings for them. But Chen Luo was different. Lin Yun knew that Chen Luo was not that kind of person at all. Otherwise, she would not have been attracted to Chen Luo. In addition, this matter. There is still a lot of discussion in Nanchang University. Many classmates have been whispering about it these 2 days. Hey, have you heard? That Chen Xiao seems to be giving up on Xia Qingyue. TSK, this is really shocking. I heard that Chen Xiao has been pursuing Xia Qingyue for 3 years. Can he really give up? To be honest, I would have given up long ago. You don't know, I saw Xia Qingyue and the man named Yifeng from the software department walking in the park last night. Their relationship was so ambiguous. What the hell? No way? I heard that Xia Qingyue is a cool schoolgirl. Otherwise, how could Chen Xiao not be able to catch her after 3 years of pursuit? Chen Xiao has never even held her hand. As far as I remember, Xia Qingyue and Yifeng should not have known each other for long, right? They have already started dating? Nima, this news is too explosive. Do you think that Chen Xiao gave up because he knew this? Xia Qingyue, are she and Yifeng already in a relationship? The classmates were extremely gossipy. They were discussing fiercely one by one. And all these words flowed into Xia Qingyue's ears in a twisted way. She felt very uncomfortable listening to them. Yes, even after a night. Xia Qingyue still couldn't let it go. She even didn't understand what was wrong with her. Why did she like Yifeng so much after just knowing him for a short time? What was going on? Xia Qingyue calmed down. She recalled her actions yesterday. She rejected Chen Luo's confession again. But Chen Luo really gave her a gift worth hundreds of thousands. And he never asked for anything. He reminded her on the phone every day to go to bed and get up early and take care of herself. He brought her lunch every day, bought water for physical education class, and always paid attention to her. Although such a man is a young master, is he really not a good man? And Yifeng. Although Xia Qingyue did have a good impression of Yifeng, she thought that according to her habits, she should at least have more contact with him, right? She thought calmly, she and Yifeng seemed to have known each other for less than half a month. Yesterday, she accompanied him to eat fried noodles and went shopping in the park together? Even then Yifeng still wanted to hold her hand. Xia Qingyue recalled this and felt a little disgusted. What was going on? He wanted to hold hands after knowing each other for less than half a month? Xia Qingyue, are you out of your mind? Xia Qingyue said to herself in her heart. Not only that, Xia Qingyue listened to the discussion of those classmates. What? I heard that Xia Qingyue is a cool schoolgirl. Otherwise, how could Chen Xiao not be able to catch her after 3 years of pursuit? Chen Xiao has never even held her hand. I remember that Xia Qingyue and Yifeng should not have known each other for long, right? Have they started dating? Xia Qingyue heard this. She suddenly felt like a bitch. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Is this what is called, not knowing how to cherish what you have, and regretting it when you lose it? Xia Qingyue actually didn't understand much about love. She just naively thought that even after going to college, Chen Luo would still lick her all the time. The kind that you can't drive away no matter how hard you try. But she didn't expect. Last night was just a very ordinary rejection. As a result, Chen Luo and her were going to delete each other as friends. This was not a big deal. The most important thing was, when Xia Qingyue returned home last night and checked her phone, she found she was really deleted by Chen Luo. The red exclamation mark made Xia Qingyue feel very uncomfortable. She wanted to add Chen Luo back and ask him why. But her inner self-esteem and her admiration for Yifeng made Xia Qingyue give up. But she had insomnia last night. She didn't sleep all night. When she woke up the next day, the strange emotion was even stronger. Xia Qingyue was a little absent-minded now. Even though Wang Qing said beside her, "Qingyue, you don't have to think so much, don't worry, brother Yifeng is definitely 100 times better than Chen Luo. I envy you for being favored by brother Yifeng. Humph, as for Chen Luo, she won't bother you anymore. You should be happy." It has to be said. This consolation is still very effective. These words made Xia Qingyue feel more balanced again. Yes, brother Yifeng, you will definitely be very successful in the future. Xia Qingyue murmured to herself. But in comparison, these soothing words were not as useful as before. However, at this moment, in the classroom, many students saw Chen Luo walking in with a hot breakfast outside the door. For a moment, everyone was a little surprised. Mr. Chen, did you bring breakfast to Xia Qingyue again? What's going on? Didn't you say yesterday that young Master Chen no longer had any contact with Xia Qingyue? I heard that young Master Chen didn't seem to lick Xia Qingyue anymore. Ha, I said it, this young Master Chen has been licking for 3 years, how could he let go of the woman he loves so deeply? The students in the classroom were all surprised. In the corner, Lin Yun saw this scene and her eyes sank. Her eyes were filled with a feeling of loss. This guy, still as infatuated as ever. Lin Yun sighed inwardly. She lowered her head even lower. Only her big, bright eyes were exposed, staring at Chen Luo's head. Such a handsome man, why is he not mine? Damn it! Lin Yun was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. She was extremely jealous of Xia Qingyue. When Xia Qingyue saw this scene, she couldn't help but smile. She suddenly felt relieved. The gloom in her heart suddenly dissipated a lot. Great! Chen Luo didn't give up on me? This is really great. Xia Qingyue was happy from the bottom of her heart. At this time, she almost wanted to take the initiative to greet and take the breakfast from Chen Luo. But after thinking about it, Xia Qingyue still held back. She sat up straight, looking forward to Chen Luo bringing her breakfast. This time, Xia Qingyue would never respond coldly again. She wanted to show a sweet smile and thank Chen Luo. Xia Qingyue had figured it out a little. Chen Luo was really good to her. Even if she didn't accept his pursuit, he was so good to her. It was only right to say thank you. However, Wang Qing on the side showed a playful expression. She was equivalent to an outsider. Wang Qing firmly believed that no matter how hard Chen Luo tried, in the end, Qingyue would be Brother Yifeng's woman. Chen Luo would be punished. The other students in the classroom also watched silently, waiting for the good show to start. And Chen Luo walked to the back. Xia Qingyue became more and more nervous, and her fingers began to tangle together. She was a little restless. When Chen Luo passed by her, Xia Qingyue's mouth was slightly open. Thank you. The word thank you almost came out of her mouth. But Chen Luo walked right past her. He didn't even stop. For a moment, everyone in the classroom was stunned. Not only that, they also saw that Chen Luo actually walked directly to the last row, to Lin Yun's side. Then, in Lin Yun's wide eyes, Chen Luo handed over the breakfast in his hand and said with a smile, "Student Lin Yun, this is the breakfast I brought for you. Eat it while it's hot." Instantly, Lin Yun's heartbeat quickened, and she was stunned. She couldn't believe that all this was true. The onlookers below also widened their eyes one by one. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. In a classroom at Nanchun University, the classroom was a little noisy at first, but it suddenly became quiet. Everyone was stunned. They never dreamed that Master Chen Luo's breakfast today was not for Xia Qingyue, but for Lin Yun. Although most people don't know where Lin Yun came from, there are always insiders in this class. A few people know that Lin Yun's family background is outrageous. She is a rich lady anyway. Because they are all from ordinary families, even if the family has some money. Compared with Lin Yun, there is still a huge gap. People go to school and pick up in luxury cars worth tens of millions. How can ordinary people compare? Only people with a net worth like Chen Luo can compare with him, right? But only those who know the inside story know that even Chen Luo can't compare with Lin Yun's family background. However, now, Chen Luo has taken the initiative to attack Lin Yun. Everyone in the classroom is happy to eat melons. Some of them even have a playful look. He looked at Xia Qingyue, then at Lin Yun. As for Xia Qingyue, her brain was buzzing. Compared to Lin Yun's shock, Xia Qingyue didn't believe what she saw. Chen Luo gave breakfast to another woman? Xia Qingyue suddenly felt very wronged. She thought that it was her breakfast. Countless images flashed through Xia Qingyue's mind. They were all scenes of Chen Luo giving her breakfast. Qingyue, eat it while it's hot. I bought your favorite buns today. Qingyue, I changed the taste for you today, please try it. Qingyue, I think the steamed buns here are really good. I'll put them here for you, hee hee. In the past, Xia Qingyue was dismissive of this. After a long time, she felt a little annoyed. Chen Luo's constant pestering made Xia Qingyue feel disgusted. But now, Chen Luo stopped chasing her all of a sudden. Xia Qingyue couldn't stand it at all. You said you would love me forever, but now it's you who gave up on me, how could you be so excessive? Xia Qingyue felt more and more aggrieved the more she thought about it. Tears even welled up in her eyes. Looking at Chen Luo standing in front of Lin Yun, Xia Qingyue began to imagine the scene in her mind, as if they were some kind of sweet lovers. Xia Qingyue suddenly realized. Was it such a happy thing for Chen Luo to bring her breakfast before? At this moment, Xia Qingyue wished that the breakfast in Chen Luo's hand was for her. Xia Qingyue realized this kind of friendship later. She accepted Chen Luo's gift worth hundreds of thousands of yuan without any fluctuations in her heart. But at this moment, she felt jealous because of a breakfast worth a few dollars. Xia Qingyue was about to collapse. That originally belonged to me. Xia Qingyue's heart trembled more and more as she thought about it. She felt the heartache for the first time. However, Xia Qingyue did not stop it in the end. However, no one cared about Xia Qingyue's emotions. In contrast, Lin Yun's face in front of Chen Luo turned red like an apple. She widened her eyes and looked at the man in front of her who she had secretly loved for 3 years in shock. Lin Yun could not believe it. This sweet breakfast was actually brought to her by Chen Luo? This, student Chen Luo, is this breakfast for me? Lin Yun still couldn't believe it and asked again tentatively. Chen Luo directly put the breakfast in front of her and sat next to her. This made Lin Yun's heart beat faster. She could feel her heart beating as if it was about to jump out. Calm down. Calm down. Lin Yun. You are the eldest daughter of the Lin group. Lin Yun kept reminding herself in her mind at this time. But the joy and sweetness almost made her dizzy. After a long while, Lin Yun was sure that all this was true. Happiness came too suddenly. Could it be that Chen Luo rejected Xia Qingyue earlier just to? Lin Yun couldn't help but let her mind wander. But she soon calmed down. How is this possible? With Chen Luo's level of infatuation, how could he give up so easily? I think he should give up. Lin Yun was thinking about it in her mind. She responded with, thank you. Thank you, classmate Chen Luo. If the sisters who are familiar with Lin Yun saw the scene, they would definitely be shocked. After all, Lin Yun's personality is very hot. She is the kind of character that will make you feel cold on your back when she glances at you. With her red hair and exquisite makeup, she is completely a queen. But now, in front of Chen Luo, she is as obedient as a kitten. Lin Yun didn't say anything else. Her mind was blank at this time. She just subconsciously picked up the breakfast bought by Chen Luo and ate it. Delicious. Very ordinary buns and soy milk. In the past, Lin Yun would not like to eat them. Too greasy. But now, she feels that the taste is full of sweetness. Moreover, Lin Yun did not eat breakfast in the first place, so her stomach was a little empty. It was quite comfortable to fill her stomach. The most important thing was the spiritual comfort. Lin Yun was very happy that Chen Luo could bring her breakfast. This was what she had always dreamed of. In fact, at this time, Chen Luo was also very excited. What the hell? It turns out that Lin Yun has such a gentle side? Chen Luo was shocked. He suddenly felt like he had opened the door to a new world. In fact, the first time he entered the classroom, Chen Luo noticed this red-haired girl. Chen Luo originally thought that he would see Lin Yun's tough side. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain? This also made Chen Luo want to angrily confront the villain Chen Luo in the book even more. No, you don't want such a cute and hot girl, but you have to chase after Xia Qingyue? Chen Luo couldn't figure it out. But he was too lazy to figure it out. Anyway, it was all based on the author's settings. The author himself was writing a YY cool article, so there was no need to think so much. Just get all the protagonists and that's it. As for the second villain? Just wait to be slapped in the face. The male protagonist is incompetent and a loser, so what? As long as there is a system, it is easy to counterattack, and there will be groups of beauties, treasures, opportunities, and all kinds of opportunities will be thrown at the male protagonist. Put aside these thoughts. Chen Luo turned his head and looked at Lin Yun. His heartbeat suddenly quickened. Lin Yun lowered her head and ate the bun silently. Her skin is very white and tender. The red hair hung down, and her big eyes rolled around. She looked very nervous. It seemed that she noticed Chen Luo's gaze. Lin Yun's cheeks became more flushed. Her eyes became more and more flustered, and she dared not look Chen Luo in the eye. In this way, the two of them were deadlocked for a while. In the end, Lin Yun couldn't help but turn her head and look at Chen Luo. Then she asked cautiously, "What's wrong, classmate Chen Luo?" At this time, Lin Yun no longer looked like a female villain. She was just a cute girl. Chen Luo also smiled brightly and said, "Nothing, I just think that you look so cute when you eat, and I want to rub you." In an instant, Lin Yun's face turned red like Hinata's. If this were in the anime world, she would have been able to spit out steam. Lin Yun did not refute, but lowered her head again and ate the bun silently. Her inner joy had reached an extreme. At this time, Lin Yun wanted to laugh. But she told herself in her heart that she should be reserved. However, Lin Yun still felt that today was really great. The students in the classroom were all shocked. Such a dramatic scene happened early in the morning. Of course, everyone watched it with gusto. Xia Qingyue pursed her red lips with an aggrieved expression on her face. Many people were secretly satisfied. They all stood on Chen Luo's side. This is normal. In the early stage, as a villain, Chen Luo was of course more popular. In fact, in addition to the two brothers Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, Chen Luo also has many younger brothers. How can a villain have no younger brothers? In addition, Chen Luo is a rich man. In fact, there are many men and women in the class who hope to deal with Chen Luo. Make friends or something. Only later, when the male protagonist's power developed, the balance began to tilt silently. As for Lin Yun, she is relatively low-key. Her home court is not here. Lin Yun quickly finished the steaming buns. She drank soy milk silently. Chen Luo did not continue to say anything. Although Xia Qingyue felt aggrieved, she had no other choice. Soon, the teacher came in and started the class. Chen Luo, Lin Yun, Xia Qingyue and others were all students of the business department. The class ended quickly. However, during the whole class, Lin Yun did not listen at all. This was the first time she was so absent-minded. Lin Yun was thinking whether she should take the initiative to invite him. After all, Chen Luo's actions today were very touching. But Lin Yun was a little hesitant. She was not sure whether Chen Luo had really given up Xia Qingyue. Is it that simple? To be honest, Lin Yun felt that if Chen Luo did not give up and still had Xia Qingyue in his heart, then if she went up, she would be a bit like a clown. After all, Lin Yun was the daughter of the Lin group. No matter how much she liked Chen Luo, Lin Yun would not be like Chen Luo, a dog licker with no bottom line. She still had her own reserve. Lin Yun even thought, could it be that Chen Luo was deliberately irritating Xia Qingyue? Yes. As soon as this thought appeared in Lin Yun's mind, it became lingering. She felt that this seemed possible. Thinking of this, Lin Yun became unhappy again. In fact, she didn't mind. After all, Chen Luo had been infatuated with her for so many years. How could he forget it just like that? Most likely, this was just something Chen Luo did on purpose. Lin Yun puffed up her lips. She was just thinking about random things. She looked very cute. Chen Luo didn't have the ability to read minds. Of course, he couldn't imagine what Lin Yun was thinking at this moment. But the truth was not what Lin Yun thought. Chen Luo had really given up on Xia Qingyue. There was no place for Xia Qingyue in his heart. Therefore, Lin Yun's worry was unnecessary. However, Xia Qingyue was also having wild thoughts. Chen Luo is really, are you not going to chase me anymore? Xia Qingyue still couldn't accept this fact. Wang Qing at the side continued to act as a military advisor. She consoled him, Qingyue, don't think too much. I think Chen Luo is just pretending. What do you mean? Xia Qingyue continued to play her White Lotus side, pretending to know nothing. Wang Cheng, like a gossipy woman, confidently analyzed. Think about it, did we see Chen Luo buying you a gift last night? Today he deliberately ignored you and gave breakfast to that girl named Lin Yun. Are Chen Luo and Lin Yun very familiar with each other? Isn't it obvious that he did this on purpose? Playing hard to get. It has to be said that Wang Qing's words made Xia Qingyue feel enlightened again. She also realized. That's right. Chen Luo has been chasing her for 3 years. How could he just stop chasing her? It is very likely that he is being angry. So, Chen Luo will continue to pursue me? Xia Qingyue suddenly said with surprise. Yes. Of course, Chen Luo has been licking you for 3 years, how could he give up without any signs? Don't worry, Qingyue, besides, you already have brother Yifeng, so even if Chen Luo doesn't lick you anymore, it doesn't matter, right? Wang Qing's words made Xia Qingyue's smile stagnate a little. Brother Yifeng. Xia Qingyue thought about it. She felt that. Brother Yifeng is the best. Yes. What Wang Qing said makes sense. Chen Luo hasn't given up on me yet. Even if he does, I still have Brother Yifeng to pamper me. Brother Yifeng is better than Chen Luo, right? Xia Qingyue was thinking wildly. At the same time, she couldn't help but secretly turned her head to look at Chen Luo. But it would have been fine if she didn't look at him. As soon as she looked at him, Xia Qingyue couldn't stand it again. Because she saw that Chen Luo was actually chatting and laughing with Lin Yun? Damn you! Are you chatting with other women just to piss me off? Xia Qingyue was depressed again. But Chen Luo really didn't feel anything at all. The heroine? Even a dog wouldn't want her. Is she as good as a female villain? It doesn't matter if you don't touch her, but once you do. Chen Luo feels that this female villain Lin Yun is so good. Student Lin Yun, are you free tonight? I want to treat you to a meal. Lin Yun was stunned. Eat? Why? Lin Yun still didn't understand what Chen Luo meant. I don't understand some questions, so I want to ask you. Do you have time? Chen Luo found a reason naturally. He was not in a hurry to do too much at once. That would disgust Lin Yun. Moreover, Chen Luo knew what Lin Yun liked the most in the book. In addition to envying his care for Xia Qingyue, Lin Yun wanted to live freely. Being a rich girl is not that easy. So that's the case. Of course I have it. But if I'm going to treat you, I'll treat you. After all, you brought me breakfast today. Thank you, Chen Luo. I'm very happy. Lin Yun felt much more relaxed when she heard this. Regardless of whether Chen Luo had completely let go of Xia Qingyue, Lin Yun enjoyed this moment. But Chen Luo continued, it's okay. In addition to some study problems, I have something else I want to talk to you about. Lin Yun was stunned when she heard this. She didn't know what else Chen Luo wanted to talk about. But in the end, Lin Yun agreed. That night, Chen Luo opened a private room in the Shanniu restaurant. The consumption of this restaurant is no less than that of the previous Tianchangrenjian. It can be regarded as another major landmark of Nanchang. Of course, this is nothing to Lin Yun. In the private room, Lin Yun was a little nervous. She didn't know what Chen Luo wanted to talk to her about. Lin Yun wouldn't mind the study problems. But if it was other. Lin Yun was unsure. But Chen Luo's purpose was also serious. He planned to take Lin Yun with him to take off. Yes. Chen Luo later thought, since he knew that a piece of land in a suburb of Yunqing would soon be divided into school district housing. Why not drag Lin Yun to buy it together? Chen Luo alone is certainly not enough. How could Ji Feng take such a good thing? Therefore, Chen Luo quickly informed Lin Yun of this matter. He said, "Classmate Lin Yun, I have inside information. A piece of land in Yunqing will soon be divided into school district housing. I want to get you to invest with me. I wonder if you are interested?" Hearing this, Lin Yun was stunned. Turn out to be, is it about this? Lin Yun was inexplicably relieved. She just thought that Chen Luo wanted to talk about Xia Qingyue or something else. Lin Yun was a little worried. But since it was about money, that's not a big deal. Lin Yun immediately smiled, of course. Chen Luo, how much do you want me to invest? The girl has a childish look, and her skin is white with a rosy glow. She looks like a teenage girl. However, Chen Wanting is 2 years older than Chen Luo. Not to mention her beauty. She is definitely a goddess. And Chen Wanting's personality is relatively cold, and sometimes she can be a little arrogant. She doesn't say anything about Chen Luo's affairs. But in fact, she cares a lot. For example, Chen Tian has said earlier in the Chen family group that Chen Luo was going to pursue Lin Yun. Chen Wanting has been thinking about it. But she had never been in a relationship. Chen Wanting was only interested in computers. So, she couldn't help much. Chen Luo told Chen Wanting his thoughts. After seeing the message from Chen Luo, Chen Wanting was stunned. "Xiao Luo, do you want me to make a game for you? Why do you suddenly want to do this?" Chen Wanting was really surprised. But this thing is not too difficult. Chen Luo also continued, "I just found out that classmate Lin Yun likes to play games, so, sister, you know." Chen Wanting was silent. "Well, your sister knows a lot." Chen Wanting was confused. She had no interest in relationships between men and women. But she did it. After dealing with the fifth sister, Chen Luo planned to go back and rest. But, to Chen Luo's surprise, at this moment, a friend request popped up. It was Xia Qingyue. Chen Luo was confused. Why is this woman looking for me? Although Chen Luo licked her for 3 years in the book. But Chen Luo here has no interest at all. Originally Chen Luo didn't want to care. However, after thinking for a moment, Chen Luo still accepted Xia Qingyue's friend request. Let's see what the heroine wants to do. Chen Luo didn't mind seeing Xia Qingyue's regretful face. Although he felt that this was impossible. After all, Xia Qingyue was Yi Feng's bootlicker. In the original book, she loved Yi Feng so much. Even if she knew that Yi Feng had other women, Xia Qingyue didn't care. With such a heroine, what can she regret? But what surprised Chen Luo was that after adding friends, the first sentence Xia Qingyue sent was, "Chen Luo, what is your relationship with Lin Yun?" On the other end of the phone, Xia Qingyue had a conflicted look on her face. She mustered up the courage to send such a message. Although in class today, Wang Chang had comforted Xia Qingyue and said that Chen Luo was just angry. But Xia Qingyue heard someone say that after school, Chen Luo and Lin Yun went directly to Xinia restaurant for dinner. That was a high-end place like Tianchangrenjian. It cost tens of thousands to have a meal there. Are Chen Luo and Lin Yun so close? What Chen Luo didn't know was that while he and Lin Yun were having a pleasant meal together, Xia Qingyue's mind was full of random thoughts. He felt that Chen Luo was definitely infatuated with someone else. He was not just being angry. But Xia Qingyue doesn't allow it. "Why don't you lick me?" Xia Qingyue felt that this was too much for her. She was not mentally prepared at all. However, Chen Luo's answer was quite calm. Friendship. Chen Luo didn't even bother to ask what happened. After replying, he turned off his phone. We are friends, so why did you go to Shinya restaurant for dinner? Is your relationship that good? Chen Luo, say something. Where are you? Xia Qingyue was anxious. She didn't know why she was like this. When Chen Luo stopped licking her, Xia Qingyue felt that her world had changed all of a sudden. That incident happened only a few days ago. Xia Qingyue felt that everything was a little unreal. Even her feelings for Yifeng had weakened a lot. But in fact, at this time, Yifeng, in addition to hooking up with Xia Qingyue, has already met his classmate, Chen Ruoshi. That is the programming genius. According to the setting in the book, with the help of the system, Yifeng is also familiar with programming. Coupled with his protagonist Halo, Yifeng just casually glanced at the code written by Chen Ruoshi in the library. Then he helped to modify it, and Chen Ruoshi was shocked. Next, everything came naturally. Chen Ruoshi was deeply fascinated by Yifeng's charm. In the class, many classmates thought that Yifeng was bragging or something. Only she knew that this classmate Yifeng was really capable. In Chen Roxy's eyes, this classmate Yifeng was really too charming. He was just like a ray of light. Like a green pine, he allowed others to question him. Brother Yifeng did not defend himself at all. This made Chen Ruoshi very moved. As for the relationship between Yifeng and Xia Qingyue, in the book, the author wrote about it later. It said that Yifeng was doing business with Xia Qingyue. As a result, Chen Ruoshi broke in. With the unknown author's bad taste, it is immediately, two people together. This is also a common routine in cool novels. These male protagonists who are arrogant. Not to mention two female protagonists together. Even mother and daughter, sisters, and so on. That happens all the time. Again, these male protagonists who are arrogant. All are included. If one is missing, the readers will not buy it. But these have nothing to do with Chen Luo. After he returned to the dormitory, he fell asleep directly. He was too lazy to care if Xia Qingyue had anything else to do. But Xia Qingyue's side was not so smooth. She actually suffered from insomnia again. In the girls' dormitory, Wang Cheng and Xia Qingyue's roommates were all asleep. Only she, holding a mobile phone, looked tangled and anxious. What on earth is Chen Luo doing? Why doesn't he reply to my message? He used to reply immediately. Didn't he see it? He's not busy now, is he? Is he with Lin Yun? The more Xia Qingyue thought about it, the more irritated she became. Her proud character was also being worn away bit by bit. In the end, Xia Qingyue even took the initiative to send a message. Chen Luo. Are you free tomorrow? I want to treat you to a meal. This is an extremely shocking thing. The heroine Xia Qingyue actually wants to treat the villain Chen Luo to a meal. You know, Yifeng doesn't want Xia Qingyue and Chen Luo to have any contact at all. Yifeng feels, his own woman. If she takes the initiative to find the villain, then she is cheating on him. How can a male protagonist like this accept this fact? According to the setting in the book, with the male protagonist's ability, there is no need for the female protagonist to take the initiative to find the villain. But now, it's different. Xia Qingyue thought that Chen Luo had seen the messages she sent. But he didn't want to reply. So, Xia Qingyue sent out such a bombshell news. After all, she is the recognized campus belle of Nanshan University. There are so many people in Nanshan University who want to have dinner with Xia Qingyue. Yes, there are more than just Chen Luo who like to lick Xia Qingyue. There are also many other rich young men. Especially when they heard that Chen Xiao gave up Xia Qingyue. They all thought that they finally got the chance. Little did they know that in front of Yifeng, these rich young men were all targets to be slapped in the face. But, it had been a long time since the message was sent. There was still no response from Chen Luo. This time, Xia Qingyue was also angry. Damn it! You can reply or not. Xia Qingyue threw her phone away in anger and covered her head with the quilt. She didn't want to think about it anymore. However, Chen Luo had already fallen into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chen Luo woke up and immediately saw unread messages, 26. Damn, what's going on? Is this woman crazy? Chen Luo was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure it out. Why did Xia Qingyue send him so many messages? But Chen Luo didn't click on them immediately. Instead, he opened Lin Yun's dialogue box. Good morning, classmate Lin Yun. This is what Chen Luo used to send to Xia Qingyue. Now, no. But what's interesting is that when Chen Luo sent the message, the phone vibrated immediately. Lin Yun replied. Lin Yun, good morning, classmate Chen Luo, and a playful emoticon with a tongue sticking out. Chen Luo smiled. This is a two-way love. If it were the previous Xia Qingyue, she would only reply with a morning. Or, yeah. Otherwise, she would simply not reply. Chen Luo suddenly admired the villain Chen Luo in the book. Thanks to his awesomeness, he can persist in licking for 3 years, which is quite good. After greeting Lin Yun, Chen Luo opened Xia Qingyue's dialogue box. After reading the messages sent by Xia Qingyue, Chen Luo felt no fluctuations in his heart. He didn't plan to respond one by one. He only replied to Xia Qingyue's last sentence, no time. In the dormitory, Xia Qingyue saw the phone vibrate. Her heartbeat immediately accelerated. However, when she picked up the phone, she saw a message from Yifeng. Yifeng, morning, Sister Qingyue. For some reason, Xia Qingyue felt a little disappointed. Good morning, Brother Yifeng. Xia Qingyue could still call him Brother Yifeng. At this moment, suddenly, Chen Luo's message jumped to the first. Xia Qingyue saw Chen Luo's name. Her heart skipped a beat. But when she saw clearly, there was no time for the 3-word reply. She didn't even need to open the dialogue box. Xia Qingyue's heart was its half cold. She suddenly began to feel aggrieved again. Why? I took the initiative to invite this guy to dinner, and he said he didn't have time? Doesn't he know how rare this opportunity is? I have taken a big step. Xia Qingyue felt very aggrieved. She couldn't understand why. If it was the old Chen Luo, he would definitely be very happy at this time and would immediately say, Sister Qingyue, how can I let you treat me? What do you want to eat? Just tell me and I will pay for it. Even if she was not going to eat with Chen Luo, as long as she sent a message, Chen Luo would happily transfer money to help pay for it. At this time, Xia Qingyue remembered that in the past, she and her roommates went to KTV and had fun outside. It was Chen Luo who paid for it. At that time, he was obviously willing and had no regrets. Why is it that now, even when she invited him to dinner, he said he didn't have time? Could it be that, does this guy really have no time? Xia Qingyue suddenly thought. Is it possible that Chen Luo didn't refuse on purpose? If I invite him in person, I don't believe this guy can refuse. Xia Qingyue still didn't believe that Chen Luo would give up like this. She decided to be more assertive. Humph. You liked me so much before, well, I'll give you a little sweetness. Xia Qingyue realized. She was indeed a little too cold to Chen Luo before. Chen Luo really gave a lot of sincerity to herself. Xia Qingyue wants to repay him now. After some inner struggle, she went to the supermarket alone and bought a pair of black stockings. Xia Qingyue, Chen Luo, I don't believe you will be indifferent. Xia Qingyue is still absolutely confident in her appearance. However, Xia Qingyue's trick was not put to use so soon. Because of Yifeng's offensive, Xia Qingyue was a little submissive. Yifeng, Sister Qingyue, I'm going to help Wang Qing's family solve the problem today. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I will definitely help you pay back the hundreds of thousands you owe young Master Chen very soon. Yifeng's words made Xia Qingyue stunned. She was once again mesmerized by Yifeng's charm. My brother Yifeng is awesome, right? Anyway, I don't like Chen Luo, so why should I try to please him? He ignores me. That's even better. Xia Qingyue seemed to have seen Yifeng's godlike rise. She felt that Chen Luo could not be compared with her brother Yifeng. Although Xia Qingyue didn't know how Yifeng would help Wang Qing's family solve this trouble. But Xia Qingyue believed that Yifeng would find a way. And the interesting thing is that Yifeng also had absolute confidence. He had the system and the tasks issued by the system. With the plugin in hand, who else could help? Yifeng believed that the little tricks of the eldest son of the Chen family would not be able to win in the face of absolute strength. Everything that followed was similar to what was described in the book. In the book, Wang Qing's breakfast shop was not hit by Chen Luo. However, it was also secretly suppressed and bullied by other shops. Then, Yifeng stood up, and after only learning from Wang Qing's parents for a long time, he was able to make breakfast very perfectly. As a result, Yifeng reversed the situation and helped Wang Qing's breakfast shop stand out. Let their family have an astonishing number of guests every day. The name was also spread, and many chain stores were opened later. For this reason, Wang Qing was completely attracted by Yifeng and became his loyal dog. At this time, in Wangyi breakfast shop, Wang Qing was smiling sweetly and introducing Yifeng to her family. "Dad, Mom, this is Yifeng, my college classmate, he's here to help our family." Wang Qing's parents were a little confused. "Help? What help? Of course it's to help our business," Yifeng said with a righteous look on his face. "Uncle, Aunt, I'm very interested in making breakfast. Just teach me how to do it, and I can definitely make you a very delicious breakfast." Wang Qing's parents' reactions were similar to those in the book. They were full of disbelief and suspicion. Wang Qing's brother, who was also helping out at the breakfast shop, couldn't help but laugh at him. "No, brother, are you serious? Making breakfast may seem ordinary, but it also requires a certain amount of effort. Have you learned it before?" "No, I have never even cooked," Yifeng answered truthfully. "Phew, that's even more hopeless. Well, although our family has some minor troubles, it's not to the extent that we need your help. Wang Qing, you should take your classmate out to play. My parents and I don't have the time." This is a standard routine in novels. Faced with such doubts, Yifeng still had a faint smile on his face. And this smile will soon turn into a crooked smile. Wang Qing was of course unhappy to hear her brother say this. Before Yifeng could speak, she directly helped to retort, "Wang Hong, what do you mean by this? My brother Yifeng is very powerful. Mom and Dad, just teach brother Yifeng. Our family definitely needs brother Yifeng's help." Wang Qing's parents were a little confused when they heard this. Wang Qing's father, "Why does our family need this young man's help? Our family has not encountered any difficulties, nicer, what are you talking about?" Wang Qing's father is a relatively strong person. Hearing this, he was actually a little unhappy. Although his breakfast shop is sometimes suppressed and bullied by other shops. But the business is still okay. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. But Wang Qing's father probably would never have thought that. Wang Qing would offend a rich young man as soon as school started. Wang Qing's mother also said impatiently, "Okay, Qing, I'll give you 100 yuan, take your classmate out for a walk. We are going to be busy." Seeing this situation, Wang Qing didn't know how to start. What should she say? "Dad, Mom, I have caused you a big trouble. There is a young master who wants to use a shady trick that will hurt others and not benefit himself. He wants people to pay money for everyone who comes to our store to buy breakfast. As long as they don't buy it, they will pay double the money and let these people buy it from other breakfast shops. This is done to prevent us from having any business." Wang Qing didn't know how to tell them about this. She was very nervous at this time. Wang Qing's parents and her brother Wang Hong. They didn't know anything at all and were still doing the family business normally. But at this moment, "Customer, boss, give me a bun, 2 steamed buns, and a cup of soy milk." "Okay, $5 in total," Wang Qing's father answered immediately. But another voice came from the side. "Brother, I'll give you $10, and you can go to the breakfast shop next door to buy it, how about that?" "Ah, The customer was immediately confused. Why? The customer was still quite alert. However, the young man also said frankly, I have a grudge against this breakfast shop. As long as they don't make money, I don't mind losing some money, hee hee. As soon as these words came out, Wang Qing's father, what's going on? Wang Qing's mother, Wang Qing's brother, damn it. Brother, are you looking for trouble? Wang Qing's family was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? And the customer, as if he had eaten a big melon. He carefully took the 10 yuan. Not only that, several people who came to buy breakfast next to him also made a lot of money inexplicably. They were all very happy. Hey, okay, bro, no problem. Okay, no big deal, I'll just walk a few more steps and buy it from another store. Okay, by the way, brother, is it available every day? A customer seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. He could get change every day, what a great value. The man nodded calmly, then showed a sunny smile, it's available every day, don't worry, as long as you don't buy breakfast from this store, you can come to me every day to get the money, how much you get is up to fate. I don't have anything, but I have a lot of money. Did you hear that clearly? Such shameless words were spoken. The onlookers who came to buy breakfast were all dumbfounded. Then, there were countless responses. Wow! Awesome! Rich! Ha ha! Thank you very much. I will come here to get the money tomorrow. Don't worry, brother, I will never buy breakfast from this breakfast shop again. I also told my friends not to buy from this breakfast shop either. You don't want to buy it? If you don't want to buy it, then I won't buy it either. What? You don't want to buy? Then I won't buy either. Come on, brothers, let's go to another place for breakfast. I heard that there is a place that tastes pretty good. You can go and try it. Just like that, watching the dozen or so customers leave without looking back. Wang Qing's parents and his brother were dumbfounded in the store. Wang Qing's father's hand holding the buns also stopped in midair. Wang Qing's mother's hand holding the soy milk was shaking slightly. Wang Qing's brother was so angry that his teeth itched. What the hell? This is too cheap, isn't it? Damn! Which bastard came up with this bad idea? Was it the Lee's steamed bun shop next door? Or the Chen's breakfast shop across the street? These people are too disgusting, aren't they? Wan Hong said that in all his years, this was the first time he had seen such a dirty trick. It was too outrageous, but that's not right. Wang Qing's family thought about it. It doesn't make sense. Because it's too much of a loss. Think about it, these people give double or even triple the money. If they were sent by other breakfast shops, wouldn't they be losing money? Even if their business remains the same, they will definitely not make any money. Which ordinary store would do such a boring and wasteful thing? Wang Qing's parents were puzzled. Are they just full and have nothing to do? They felt that they had never seen such a thing in their lives. Wang Qing's father couldn't help but sneered, how long can they last by giving away money like this? What's the difference between this and just throwing money on the street? Are your brains broken, these people? However, at this moment, Wang Qing behind him finally looked terrified. He spoke carefully, Dad, Mom. These people were not sent by other breakfast shops, but by a young master named Chen Luo. That young master was very rich, it's okay for him to squander like this for a few months or a few years. Hearing this, Wang Qing's father's pupils suddenly shrank. Wang Qing's mother almost fainted. Wang Hong was dumbfounded. What did you say? The Wang family looked at Wang Chang with eyes that looked like they could eat someone. You think that the young master will be fine even if he squanders for a few months or years? Wang Qing's father was stunned. He knew very well that their breakfast shop could not continue to support itself when there was no business for a few years. The labor costs, water and electricity bills, rent, and other costs would be a huge loss. No, it won't take a few years, just a few months. They will lose everything. Although that young master is definitely losing money. But how can Wang Qing's family be compared with that kind of young master's family? But Wang Qing's parents couldn't understand. Why is this young master making things difficult for us? Wang Qing, what's going on? Tell me clearly. Wang Qing's father asked sternly. He felt that he was really unlucky today. This kind of operation was the first time he had seen it. Such an open and above-board conspiracy was really outrageous. Wang Qing was questioned so harshly by her father. She was frightened and hesitated, not daring to speak. Wang Qing's mother also said anxiously, "Speak up. What's going on? Wang Qing, what did you do to offend that young master? Tell me clearly." Wang Qing's brother Wang Hong also asked hurriedly. This made Wang Qing even more flustered and speechless. Fortunately, at this time, the male protagonist Yi Feng, who was watching the show on the side, stood up calmly. Showing his iconic protagonist's smile, he calmly said, "Uncle, aunt, let me tell you, this is actually not a big deal." Shut up. Who are you? Do you want to interfere in our family affairs? Wang Hong was unhappy with Yi Feng just now. In fact, if this had not happened. According to the original plot, although Yi Feng was suspected at the beginning. But at his request and Wang Qing's pleading, Wang Qing's parents finally agreed to teach Yi Feng to make breakfast. Then, it was a matter of course. Yi Feng's progress was faster than they imagined. Within a few days, the number of repeat customers of the Wang family breakfast shop increased several times. As a result, Wang Qing's parents were shocked. They completely changed their views on Yi Feng. Wang Qing's brother Wang Hong also called him Brother Yi. The male protagonist's pretense was very successful. Even Wang Qing's parents wanted to match Wang Qing and Yi Feng together. Wang Qing was very happy about this. It's a pity that she didn't have the life of the heroine. But even if there was an emergency, with the male protagonist's confidence, he was not panicked at all. But Wang Qing couldn't stand it at all. Someone slandered her brother Yi Feng. She choked directly, "Wang Hong, keep your mouth clean. Yi Feng is my classmate. If you keep saying such rude things, I will sever our sibling relationship." Wang Qing said this, she was completely over the top. It was like she was obsessed with chasing a star. In her heart, Yi Feng had become a godlike figure. This was according to the setting. And Wang Hong didn't make the matter too awkward. He snorted coldly and didn't continue to argue with Yi Feng. Wang Qing's parents were very angry. "What do you think of this?" At this time, Yi Feng gave a general account of the matter. He omitted the specific facts that Chen Luo licked Xia Qingyue and gave Xia Qingyue so much money. He just said that Wang Qing stood up to protect her classmates. As a result, she became enemies with the young master. After hearing this, the three members of the Wang family were naturally depressed. Wang Qing's father, "Oh Xiaoqing, aren't you just looking for trouble?" Wang Qing's mother, "Why bother to provoke that young master? Our family is not powerful." Wang Hong, "What should we do now?" Although they were angry, they had come to this point, and they thought of it. Wang Hong, "How about we go and apologize to that young master? Go and talk to those people?" Wang Hong looked at the young men outside the store. He thought he could negotiate with them. Wang Qing's parents thought that this trick was feasible. Wang Qing certainly disagreed. Yi Feng also smiled and said, "No need, uncle and aunt, you just need to teach me how to make breakfast, and I can definitely help you get those customers back." When Yi Feng said this, the three people in the Wang family were a little shocked. Wang Hong still had a look of disdain on his face. You have never even cooked before, what are you going to do? Do you want to say that the breakfast you made is the most delicious thing in the world and those people must eat it? That's what I mean. Ye Feng said with a smile. Wang Hong was dumbfounded. How can he be so confident? Wang Qing's father began to ponder. He thought about it and felt that if it was really possible, that's fine. Not only can it help promote the Wang's breakfast shop, but it can also give you a chance to see, is this kid really that amazing? Anyway, it doesn't matter if he has a little skill. So, Wang Qing's father agreed and said, "Okay. Young man, then I will teach you, but if you can't bring those customers back, then I require you and Wang Qing to apologize to the young master. This is the trouble you caused." Wang Qing felt that this was a bit too much, because it was originally her business. But Yifeng stopped Wang Qing and said casually, "No problem, Uncle Wan, don't worry, I'll take care of it." At this time, Wang Qing's father was completely relaxed. Seeing that this guy is so confident, it should not be boasting. And Yifeng was also very proud in his heart. Although there was a small episode in the middle. However, it did not affect his completion of the system task. "Young Master Chen, although you are rich, I, Yifeng, am not afraid of you. You want to compete with me for Qingyue? No way." At the same time, Yifeng was also somewhat high-spirited. It's finally about to begin. After completing the first main task, I, Yifeng, will rise. Those who look down on me, those who bully me, will pay the price for this. Yes, Yifeng is the protagonist. Although Chen Luo is a classic villain in the early stage of this urban evil boy, he is not the only one. Yifeng still has many enemies. However, those enemies will not be Yifeng's opponents. In this way, Yifeng began to learn how to make breakfast with Wang Qing's parents. He really knew nothing. But with the help of the system, Yifeng didn't learn for long. He gradually got into the groove. Wang Qing's parents also saw all this. They showed satisfied smiles on their faces. "It looks like we are saved. This guy is really good. He is so talented. Well, let me try the buns you made." Wang Qing's father picked up one and took a bite. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "Isn't this too delicious? It's many times more delicious than what we make." Wang Qing's father gave a high evaluation. Wang Qing's mother and her brother also picked up the buns that Yifeng had just made. Tasty. Damn, there's something. Now, we don't have to be afraid of the young master of the Chen family. Wang Qing was so happy that she jumped up and down. Her good impression of Yifeng increased again. Wang Qing also told Xia Qingyue about this matter as soon as possible. When Xia Qingyue learned that Yifeng had such a skill, she also became more attracted to Yifeng. "My brother Yifeng is really great." Then Chen Luo, just let him go. Xia Qingyue seemed to have come to her senses again. But the food was ready. The next step was to let the guests taste it. If the guests didn't eat it, it would be useless no matter how delicious it was. The breakfast made by Yifeng was delicious. Wang Qing's father spent a lot of money. He directly put up a sign, "Today's breakfast is all free. Only for one day, first come first served." At this time, Wang Qing's father said, "It is absolutely impossible that there will be no more customers. In front of such delicious food, how could anyone be willing to give up such a classic breakfast for a few dozen yuan?" Yifeng also looked confident. He believed that he could definitely help the Wang family fight back. However, what confused them was that even though the Wang family's breakfast shop had such a sign, no one came after half a day. Wang Hong felt something was wrong. He went to the street to take a look. Suddenly, his pupils shrank a little. Because Wang Hong saw that on the street next to him, there was a group of people queuing up to receive money. And the one who distributed the money was the gangster from 2 days ago. No, it should be said that it was the person sent by the young master of the Chen family. In fact, these people were hired by Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. There were only 2 of them. Of course, they couldn't keep an eye on so many customers. So, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu called a few hooligans to help. But the point is not here. The point is, Wang Hong saw that there was a sign next to those hooligans. Anyone who does not buy breakfast at Wang's breakfast shop can come here to collect the money and participate in the lucky draw, double, triple, quintuple, 10 times. Everyone is welcome to participate. Instantly, Wang Hong was almost angry and vomited blood. "You guys are organizing an event? Just to prevent our breakfast shop from having business. You must have lost tens of thousands of dollars this day, right?" What kind of young master is this Chen Luo, so rich? Wang Hong called out Wang Chang, Yi Feng, and Wang Qing's parents. When they saw the scene, they were all stunned on the spot. Wang Qing's father, how could this happen? Wang Qing's mother, I'm going to faint. Yi Feng, this. Everyone was confused. For a moment, some didn't know what to do. Now, even Yi Feng was a little panicked. Although the breakfast he made was good, it would be useless if no one bought it. The most important thing was that if he really won the tenfold lottery, he would make a few hundred yuan at a time. This attraction was unbeatable for people who bought breakfast. And Yi Feng had no way to ask the system. He could only use his brain power. But as the protagonist, Yi Feng didn't have the option of being very smart in this setting. So, in the end, Yi Feng thought of another way. That was, pay for it. Uncle, aunt, don't worry, I have another idea. We can pay for it and invite those guests to have breakfast. We give them more money. As long as we let them eat once, I believe that they will come again next time. Then, we can turn defeat into victory. Yi Feng vowed. He was very confident in his breakfast. When Wang Qing's parents heard it, they also thought it was okay. After all, Yi Feng was paying. So, these people discussed and changed the sign. However, Chen Luo received news from Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. Luo Ge, we followed your instructions and have made sure that Wang's breakfast shop has not had any customers for several days. However, the 50,000 yuan has been almost spent. Well, I understand. You did a good job. I will transfer another 500,000 yuan to you. After saying that, Chen Luo directly transferred the money. Just kidding, he will make a lot of money by buying land soon. By then, let alone 500,000 yuan, even 5 million yuan. Chen Luo can easily take it out. With his background setting, this is just a drop in the bucket. At this time, Yi Feng and others have not realized it. Next, how amazing will Chen Luo's operation be? At Wang's breakfast shop. Wang Qing's parents looked worried. They have already put up the sign. According to Yi Feng's idea. From free at the beginning, to paying 10 yuan and 20 yuan. In the end, it actually rose to 50 yuan per person. This breakfast is not only free, but also paying 50 yuan. At this moment, Wang Qing's parents felt like crying but had no tears. Wang Qing's father had a sad face. He felt that he was too miserable. How could a girl like Wang Qing be born? Why do you mess with that young master for no reason? Even if the young master did something evil, it is not something that an ordinary girl like you can contend with. Do you think you are the heroine in the novel? What's more, if Wang Qing's parents knew about this, Chen Luo did nothing wrong in this matter. Instead, Wang Chang was wrong. They might even want to beat their daughter to death. Wang Qing's mother almost fainted several times. This matter was too much of a blow to their family. In other words, Yi Feng was willing to pay for it. Otherwise, they would definitely ask for forgiveness from the young master. They are just ordinary people and cannot stand such a torment. Moreover, this matter has also spread. Although there are no short videos in this novel world, the internet is still very developed. Before long, everyone knew that there was such a breakfast shop that encountered such a bizarre thing. Everyone speculated about the identity of the young master. Some people pointed out that he was the young master of the Chen family in Nanchang. For a time, the discussion rose again. Everyone said, if this is really the eldest son of the Chen family, and he wants to take over a breakfast shop, wouldn't that be easy? This family is so unlucky that they were targeted by the young master of the Chen family. The key is that with this method, you have no room for resistance. Even calling the police will be useless. Where is that place? Can anyone tell me? Ahem, I also want to go there to collect the money. Count me in. I am coming too. +1 +1 +1. Wang Qing's parents felt even more upset when they saw these comments. They thought that even if the young master opened a few more breakfast shops nearby to grab business, they would accept it. But he chose to use such a simple and crude method. Moreover, this matter quickly spread among the students at Nanchang University. Hey, have you heard? It seems that Chen Luo really went to take revenge on Wang Qing's breakfast shop. I saw it, it was on the news. 2 days ago, I went to participate in the event and won triple the prize, making a small profit of 60 yuan, huh? It was so cool. Fuck. You kid, why didn't you tell me earlier? I want to go too. Just like that, more and more people lined up there every day to participate in the event. But everyone was very righteous, since they chose to receive the money. Even if they wanted to buy breakfast, they would not go to Wang Qing's breakfast shop to buy it. Wang Qing's parents watched groups of people, holding dozens or even hundreds of cash in their hands. With smiles on their faces, they walked past the door of their breakfast shop. But no one stopped. This is not a big deal. The most heartbreaking thing is, after all, 1 or 2 people came. They were not here to buy breakfast. Instead, they came to buy breakfast. Grateful. Fuck. Your breakfast shop is awesome. I have made hundreds of extra dollars in the past few days. Thank you so much. Wang Hong was a little angry. Wang Qing's father immediately showed an expectant expression and used the usual businessman's tricks, saying quickly, "Brother, do you want to buy our breakfast? Look, you have thanked us, so just help us." There has been no business for several days in a row, and Wang Qing's father really can't hold on any longer. If it continues for a while, he is 100% determined to explode. He will definitely close the shop at that time. The most important thing is, they thought, even if they close the shop, will they be safe if they change to another place? What if that young master continues to come? When Wang Qing's parents thought of this, they became even more desperate. However, the man's answer also froze the smile on Wang Qing's father's face. How can that be, uncle? We have all received benefits from others, how can we buy it? Goodbye. The man greeted enthusiastically. Then he left without looking back. He turned around and left, like. At this moment, Wang Qing's parents, including Wang Hong, almost vomited blood. Brother, are you here to finish me off? This is too heartbreaking, isn't it? Wang Qing was confused. She didn't even dare to speak these days, fearing that her parents would beat her. Yi Feng, who was originally confident, became anxious and his scalp was numb. At this time, he wanted to swear. Are you kidding me? You don't have martial ethics. Damn it! Yi Feng felt very miserable. It was obviously a good opportunity for him to show off. But in the end, this guy actually came up with such a trick? The key is that Yi Feng has not been able to break the situation. However, Yi Feng is the protagonist after all. He quickly calmed down and made up his mind. Just one person. One person to help me promote my brand, that's enough. Yi Feng still has absolute confidence in the breakfast he made. But Yi Feng has not risen yet. He doesn't know any big shots. He thought of asking Xia Qingyue to help. Yes. If Qingyue comes to eat, then help promote it. Yi Feng slapped his head and became very excited. He felt that he was just a fool. Why didn't he think of it earlier? Yi Feng didn't hesitate at all. He sent a message to Xia Qingyue directly. Qingyue, are you free now? Can you help me? In the classroom, Xia Qingyue was a little confused. After Yi Feng briefly explained the whole story, Xia Qingyue understood. She had also heard about this incident. Xia Qingyue felt that Chen Luo was simply too much. After all, Wang Qing was also her best friend. Although Xia Qingyue had some complaints about Wang Qing some time ago, it was not a big deal at all. The key point is that brother Yi Feng worked so hard. Did Chen Luo bully people just by relying on his few stinky money? In addition, Xia Qingyue saw Chen Luo's contact with Lin Yun a few days ago. She was unhappy. So, Xia Qingyue also had an idea. I don't believe it. Chen Luo, do you really have no feelings for me at all? Xia Qingyue sent a message to Yifeng and said, "It's okay, brother Yifeng, leave this matter to me, I will help you handle it." Yifeng was delighted when he heard this. But the next second, he immediately reacted. Deal with it? How is Sister Qingyue going to deal with it? Is she going to go find Master Chen Luo? No. Absolutely not. In the eyes of Yifeng, the male protagonist of Long Outyan, how can the female protagonist take the initiative to find the villain? Isn't this a cuckold? This is absolutely unacceptable. Even if they just say a few words to each other, Yifeng, the male protagonist of Long Outyan, will feel that he has been cuckolded. So, he immediately sent several messages to ask Xia Qingyue not to find Chen Luo. But Xia Qingyue ignored it. After class, she struggled for a long time. In the end, she returned to the dormitory and changed into the black stockings she bought a few days ago. With a JK short skirt, she also put on exquisite makeup. That face value, that figure, a campus goddess. So exquisite that it makes people smack their lips. Xia Qingyue's appearance is not inferior to those beautiful stars. When she walked out of the dormitory, she immediately became an extremely beautiful scenery. The classmates in the school, both men and women, were all stunned. Good, what a nice view. Isn't this the school beauty Xia Qingyue? Oh my god, isn't she too beautiful? She is indeed the school beauty. TSK, I suddenly feel that it is a loss for Master Chen Luo to fail to pursue the goddess Xia Qingyue. If young Master Chen Luo saw me dressed like this, he would definitely regret it, right? Wow, I seem to have foreseen the scene where Chen Luo continues to be a lickspittle beside Xia Qingyue. Ha, Master Chen Luo, at least you still have the chance to be a licker. We losers, I don't even have the qualifications to talk to the goddess. I also want to bring breakfast to the goddess and buy water for her. It hurts, brother. The men felt desperate. Xia Qingyue was an unattainable goddess to them. But the key point was that when Xia Qingyue heard these words of praise, her heart was already so proud. This was the effect she wanted. Humph, Chen Luo. I don't believe that you will still look blankly at me this time. You wait for me. At this time, Xia Qingyue felt like she was going to compete with Lin Yun for a man. But she also warned herself in her heart that this was just to help brother Yifeng. Xia Qingyue would not take the initiative to fight for Chen Luo. It was even more impossible for her to compete with other women for him. I did all this for brother Yifeng. Xia Qingyue comforted him. At this moment, Xia Qingyue stopped. She saw Chen Luo standing there in front of her. Wearing a shirt, leaning on the railing casually. As if waiting for someone. Xia Qingyue didn't know why, but she felt a little happy. She felt that she seemed to have gotten a little bit of Chen Luo's appearance. Turn out to be, he is quite handsome. In terms of appearance, he is not inferior to brother Yifeng. This thought came to Xia Qingyue's mind. But just as she was about to walk over, suddenly, a red sports car with a roar came from a distance. The sports car stopped in front of Chen Luo in front of many students' surprised eyes. A girl with fiery red hair got out of the car. The girl's long legs immediately attracted countless people. Her beautiful face and sexy swan neck made many students drool. The students around couldn't help but whisper. They were not familiar with this fiery red-haired beauty. But many people in the school knew Chen Luo. So, oh shit, could this be Chen Xiao's new girlfriend? Oh, I'm so envious. He is worthy of being a young master. The quality of his girlfriend is too high, right? This beauty seems to be no less beautiful than Xia Qingyue. Listening to the discussion of the classmates around her, Xia Qingyue stood there as if she had lost her soul. She could not accept this fact, because this fiery red-haired beauty was none other than Lin Yun. Xia Qingyue saw that after Lin Yun got off the car, she walked in front of Chen Luo with her long legs. Chen Luo also smiled. The two seemed to be whispering about something. They looked like a loving couple. Xia Qingyue wanted to escape. She felt that she appeared at the wrong time. But as soon as she turned around, Xia Qingyue hesitated. She suddenly had an idea to compete with Lin Yun. I don't believe it. Am I, Xia Qingyue, really not as good as this girl? This Chen Luo. He must be pretending. He obviously liked me so much before. Xia Qingyue knew that she was actually very sorry to Yifeng by doing this. But Xia Qingyue couldn't control herself. Moreover, she comforted herself in her heart and said, all this is for brother Yifeng. I have to make it clear to Chen Luo and let him let Wang Qing's family go. Thinking of this, she had a legitimate reason. Xia Qingyue plucked up the courage and walked over. At the same time, Xia Qingyue couldn't help but imagine. She thought that this sports car should be a gift from Chen Luo to Lin Yun, right? Xia Qingyue didn't know Lin Yun's identity. She thought that she was also an ordinary girl. Thinking of this, Xia Qingyue couldn't help but feel a little jealous. This Chen Luo, when he was with me, only gave me gifts worth hundreds of thousands. He gave Lin Yun a sports car after just knowing her for a short time? That's too much. This made Xia Qingyue feel even more unbalanced. She felt that Chen Luo didn't really like her before. Otherwise, why didn't he give her a sports car? She couldn't compare to Lin Yun? Xia Qingyue couldn't accept it. After she approached, she naturally heard the conversation between the two. Chen Luo, I have transferred the money to you. I am waiting for your good news. If it is not enough, just tell me. No problem, Lin Yun, leave it to me, don't worry, I will help you make a fortune. What brother? You are my little brother. Humph, call me sister. Lin Yun suddenly said arrogantly. Of course, Chen Luo also spoiled her. Yes, sister Lin Yun. At this time, Chen Luo glanced and saw the beautiful scenery behind Lin Yun. To be honest, apart from other things, Xia Qingyue is really a top-notch beauty. Especially with her figure, she is wearing black stockings. Her slender thighs are the best of the best. If you touch them, you will feel a sense of pleasure that is worth living. Not to mention, the JK uniform on Xia Qingyue's body sets off her pure appearance to the fullest. The key is that Xia Qingyue is really an 18-year-old girl. Very tender. Not the kind of woman who is 30 or 40 years old and still pretends to be young. Xia Qingyue's skin is very delicate. There is no flaw in her beautiful face. She just stood there, and her pitiful appearance was enough to drive men crazy. But Chen Luo, but she was very calm in her heart. In terms of beauty, Lin Yun in front of Chen Luo was not inferior at all. Noticing Chen Luo's gaze, Lin Yun also turned around. The two looked at Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue was a little scared. But in the end, she gently clenched her pink fist and started talking about business. List, Chen Luo, I have something to ask you, can you come over? Xia Qingyue didn't know what Lin Yun and Chen Luo were talking about. She didn't think that Lin Yun was a child from a wealthy family. Even if she was rich, she was definitely not as rich as Chen Luo. Xia Qingyue still hoped to help solve brother Yifeng's troubles. But Chen Luo replied, just talk about it here. Xia Qingyue was stunned. She looked at Lin Yun, but saw that Lin Yun's eyes seemed very cold. This woman, hostile towards me? She really likes Chen Luo, right? Could it be that Chen Luo really fall in love with her too? Xia Qingyue continued to think wildly in her mind. But it seemed that she did not want to lose out. Xia Qingyue said firmly, Chen Luo, regarding the breakfast shop incident of Wang Qing's family, I apologize to you on her behalf. Can you please not let anyone mess with their breakfast shop again? Just give me some face, okay? Lin Yun breakfast shop? What breakfast shop? Lin Yun's heart moved. This was the first time she heard about this. As for Lin Yun's hostility towards Xia Qingyue, this was normal. Lin Yun was a female villain, and she couldn't stand Xia Qingyue's actions. Chen Luo did so much for you. But you still pretended to be cold and superior. What are you pretending to be? You accepted the gift worth hundreds of thousands, but you didn't even let Chen Luo hold your hand? Chen Luo insisted on bringing you breakfast every day, and for you, he didn't accept help from his family. He went to distribute flyers and work as a waiter. Lin Yun saw all this at the time. She used to have afternoon tea in her spare time. She saw Chen Luo working in the restaurant opposite. Lin Yun was shocked at the time. She thought, what's going on? Isn't this the young master of the Chen family? Later, she found out that Chen Luo did this to prove it to Xia Qingyue. This made Lin Yun even more moved. Xia Qingyue didn't want such a good man? And she wanted to keep him hanging? It's too much. However, at this time, Lin Yun would not do anything to Xia Qingyue. Just like before, she wanted to find someone to teach Xia Qingyue a lesson. But in the end, she gave up. The reason was simple. Lin Yun was afraid that she would cross the line. She was still not sure whether Master Chen Luo still had feelings for Xia Qingyue. If she impulsively slapped Xia Qingyue, then it would be unnecessary to make Chen Luo angry. So, all of this was for Chen Luo's sake. Lin Yun did not want Chen Luo to hate her. What's more, this was after they became friends. Lin Yun cherished this hard-earned friendship. Lin Yun was already very happy to be friends with Chen Luo. In Lin Yun's eyes, Chen Luo was a real good man. He was much better than other young masters in Yifeng. As for Xia Qingyue's request, Chen Luo just replied calmly, "No, she was the one who came to provoke me first. You won't forget her arrogant attitude that day, right? She forced me to spend money on you, and said that I had to give it to you whether I wanted to or not. Do you think this can be solved with just an apology?" Xia Qingyue was a little anxious when she heard this. "But I have already apologized for her. Isn't that enough?" Xia Qingyue felt very aggrieved. Lin Yun, who was standing by, wanted to roll her eyes after hearing this. She felt that, as a woman, how could this woman's train of thought be so strange? In Lin Yun's cognition, she didn't know what White Lotus, saintly bitch, or anything like that. She just thought that Xia Qingyue was out of her mind, right? Did she think that everything was over after an apology? Chen Luo was the eldest young master, and Lin Yun had heard about what happened that day. Chen Luo was obviously about to leave, and it was Wang Cheng who stood up to make trouble for Chen Luo. Now that Chen Luo is fighting back, Wang Cheng can only say that she deserves it. If their family is bankrupted by Chen Luo, and Chen Luo stops retaliating, then Lin Yun feels that this is a relief. Otherwise, could it be that Chen Luo is just playing house? Lin Yun felt that Xia Qingyue seemed a little too naive and immature. Similarly, Chen Luo was also confused after hearing this. What a familiar word. I have already apologized, what else do you want? If apologies are useful, what do we need the police for? Chen Luo sneered in his heart. But at this time, he was almost out of anger. Wang Cheng was just a minor character. Even in the later period of the book, she was still an ordinary person. She couldn't make any big waves. On the contrary, looking at Xia Qingyue's pitiful appearance, Chen Luo had more ideas in his mind. However, before he could speak, suddenly, Xia Qingyue spoke again, as if she had made up some kind of determination. Okay. Chen Luo, I agree to date you. Is that okay? The voice was loud and the crowd around heard it. For a moment, many students were shocked. What the hell? Did I hear that right? The campus beauty Xia University asked to date Chen Xiao? Hiss, awesome. After so many years of licking, is Chen Xiao finally going to get the beauty? Although I don't know what they talked about before, but Xia Xiaohua deliberately wore black stockings today. TSK, Chen Xiao is blessed tonight. It's so enviable. Woohoo, Master Chen is so lucky. If I can get a beauty like Xia University's campus belle, I will live 10 years less, and I will be willing to do it. All the classmates around him expressed their envy to Chen Luo. When this news reached the ears of other young masters who were also pursuing Xia Qingyue, they were also shocked and widened their eyes. No way? Didn't you say before that Chen Xiao gave up Xia Qingyue? Is Xia Qingyue suddenly going to date Chen Xiao? Damn! Isn't this too awesome? Chen Xiao is still Chen Xiao. Oh, I can't compare. After licking for 3 years, even I admire him. This time, I am convinced. Chen Luo's identity is Shelley, it was still very high. These young masters all expressed their admiration. However, what shocked everyone even more was that Chen Luo, who heard this, smiled slightly and said calmly, why should I date you? I'm not interested, you should find someone else. The next second, the onlookers present were all stunned. Everyone was silent. They couldn't believe what they heard. Damn, Chen Luo, refuse, rejected this campus beauty Xia. Awesome. This is definitely the most important news in South City. Woohoo! That's awesome. Chen Xiao is a real man. Sigma man. Chen Xiao is awesome. Chen Xiao will be my idol from now on. He can hold his head like this. I am convinced. The male compatriots around him were all in awe. Boom! Xia Qingyue's brain was buzzing. She couldn't believe what she heard. After a moment, she came to her senses. Then her face was filled with shock. Chen Luo rejected me. Xia Qingyue was stunned. She mustered up her courage to say such words. In fact, Xia Qingyue regretted it as soon as she said it. She was worried that if Chen Luo agreed, wouldn't she be sorry for brother Yifeng? Chen Luo will definitely agree, right? Just kidding, he has been licking me for 3 years. At the beginning, he was willing to spend tens of thousands just to hold my hand. Now I take the initiative to ask him out. He must be so happy, right? So, Xia Qingyue was a little panicked. She prayed madly in her heart, hoping that Chen Luo would not agree. But Xia Qingyue thought, how could this be possible? She said that she was really too impulsive. Why didn't she think about brother Yifeng before saying such things? If brother Yifeng knew about this, he would definitely be angry, right? However, what shocked Xia Qingyue was that Chen Luo did not agree. Refuse calmly? Chen Luo. What do you mean? What good is there for you to do now? You obviously like me so much. Why bother? I've agreed to date you. Xia Qingyue was anxious. She felt that this was impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Chen Luo refuse to date her? In Xia Qingyue's impression, Chen Luo's serval and licking dog image was still vivid. Xia Qingyue never thought of failure. But now, she was completely defeated. So, Xia Qingyue accidentally said what was in her heart. Yes, Xia Qingyue always felt that. Chen Luo was deliberately angry with her. Just like Wang Qing said. Chen Luo obviously loved her so much, how could he give up just like that? Anyway, Xia Qingyue didn't believe it. But the result of her saying this, the answer she got was naturally. Chen Luo, if you agree to date me, I have to date you? What's the wrong logic here? Okay, if you don't have anything to do, don't bother me. Lin Yun and I have something to say. Boom! This sentence has even more terrifying killing power. Xia Qingyue was like being struck by a bolt from the blue. Chen Luo, are you chasing me away? Xia Qingyue suddenly felt very wronged. She had always felt that she was the only one in Chen Luo's heart. She was the special one. Before coming to find Chen Luo, Xia Qingyue was thinking that she could just talk to Chen Luo about this matter. As long as she came forward, he would definitely not be so heartless. But in the end, it was completely different from what Xia Qingyue thought. Lin Yun, who was standing by, was secretly happy when she heard this. She couldn't help but think, is Chen Luo really going to give up Xia Qingyue? Lin Yun thought that this was of course a good thing. She didn't want to see Chen Luo being played around by Xia Qingyue anymore. She thought Chen Luo was a very good person. As for Yifeng, Lin Yun didn't feel anything. She wasn't set as the heroine. The setting of the female villain meant that she and Yifeng were destined to be enemies. At this time, Xia Qingyue didn't seem to give up. She continued, Chen Luo, come here. I want to talk to you alone. Xia Qingyue's words were still a bit condescending. She was used to ordering Chen Luo around. Chen Luo was already exhausted after hearing this. Is this woman poisonous? Chen Luo has tried his best to restrain himself. He didn't yell at Xia Qingyue. That was unnecessary. After all, in the original novel, Chen Luo's enemies were only Yi Feng and several other villains. Like these vase heroines, they have no other use except to provide ambiguous plots for the male protagonist and make readers happy. At least this is the case with the heroines Xia Qingyue and Shan Ruoshi. Only in the later period did more heroines appear. Those heroines had certain means. Not only could they be ambiguous with the male protagonist, but they could also help the male protagonist overcome obstacles and deal with the villains. However, what surprised Chen Luo was that when Xia Qingyue spoke again, suddenly, Lin Yun, who had been silent all the time, finally couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward with her slender legs, walked in front of Chen Luo, and said in a cold voice, Hey, don't you understand? Classmate Chen Luo asked you not to disturb him, but you still keep pestering him. What do you mean? If you don't want to go, I don't mind, I'll help you. Lin Yun said this very coldly. It was completely different from the cute and obedient appearance she had shown when she was with Chen Luo before. Seeing this, Chen Luo felt a little happy in his heart. Is this the aura of the female villain Lin Yun? Really awesome. Chen Luo said. This is exactly the same as the setting of Lin Yun described in the book. Hot temper, big sister personality. When Xia Qingyue heard Lin Yun's intimidation, she was also stunned. She was a little scared. But Xia Qingyue was very smart. She suddenly looked at Chen Luo with a pitiful look. It seemed to mean, Chen Luo, did you hear that? This woman is threatening me, you come and speak up for me. Lin Yun was a little nervous at this time. She couldn't stand it any longer, so she spoke up to stop him. But Lin Yun knew very well how Chen Luo felt about Xia Qingyue. If Chen Luo got angry about Lin Yun felt that she would lose more than she gained. Lin Yun didn't want to break the friendship she had established with Chen Luo with great difficulty. Xia Qingyue also thought that in this way, Chen Luo would finally speak up for her, right? However, Chen Luo said directly, Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear what Lin Yun said? At this moment, Chen Luo and Lin Yun looked like two villains. Xia Qingyue couldn't handle it alone. If there were no other classmates present, Xia Qingyue would probably cry. She felt very wronged. She didn't have the face to continue to pester. Xia Qingyue turned around and planned to leave. Lin Yun was filled with surprise. Chen Luo, you actually support me doing this? That's great. Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she was extremely happy. She had long wanted to confront Xia Qingyue for Chen Luo. She was afraid that Chen Luo would get angry before. Now it's okay. Classmate Chen Luo seems to have really let it go. Lin Yun felt that is there really a chance? At this time, Lin Yun also remembered what Xia Qingyue and Chen Luo had just said about the breakfast shop. So, Lin Yun couldn't help but ask, Brother Chen Luo, what is the breakfast shop you are talking about? Chen Luo did not hide anything and told Lin Yun all his tricks. After listening to it, Lin Yun's pupils widened, and then she laughed out loud. Poof! Chen Luo, it's amazing. Ha ha ha. Good. That's how you should treat that kind of woman. Lin Yun mocked Wang Qing without any hesitation. She said that if it were her turn, Wang Qing's fate would only be worse. Chen Luo's approach was still gentle, and he even paid for it himself. But Lin Yun had a team of thugs under her. Those people were all obedient. As long as Lin Yun gave an order to smash Wang Qing's breakfast shop, Wang Qing's family would have no way to deal with it. This is the power of the female villain. After all, is a villain. However, what surprised Chen Luo was that Xia Qingyue, who was originally planning to leave, heard the two talking about this again. She gritted her teeth, turned her head and said, "Chen Luo, what should I do so that you can let Wang Qing and her family go?" No matter what, Xia Qingyue had promised her brother Yifeng. In addition, Wang Chang is indeed her best friend. Xia Qingyue must help them think of a solution no matter what. But Chen Luo, who heard this, became interested. Lin Yun watched coldly from the side. Chen Luo stepped forward and said something that made Xia Qingyue tremble in her heart. "Want me to let Wang Qing go? That's fine. You ask Yifeng to kneel down and apologize to me. I'll let them go." As soon as these words came out, Chen Luo's image as a villain was instantly established. Xia Qingyue felt even more terrified. It was the first time she had seen Chen Luo, who was so oppressive. Xia Qingyue panicked. She didn't even dare to refute Chen Luo. If it was according to Xia Qingyue's previous plan, she would definitely say aggressively at this time, "Let brother Yifeng kneel down for you." Are you too naive? However, it is not known whether it was due to the oppression of Chen Luo. Or maybe, it was to win back Chen Luo. Xia Qingyue suddenly felt a little scared. She really lost Chen Luo. Xia Qingyue didn't want this to happen. So, based on these reasons, Xia Qingyue, for some reason, agreed. She replied cautiously, dumb and afraid, "Okay, I will try to talk to brother Yifeng, then Chen Luo, you must remember to keep your promise." Xia Qingyue said this with such a charming look. The students around her were moved. But Chen Luo was there. They didn't dare to offend Chen Xiao. "Do you still want to stay in South City University?" Chen Luo didn't do anything to kill Xia Qingyue by patting her head. He just turned around and left with Lin Yun. Xia Qingyue looked at Chen Luo's back. She wanted to call Chen Luo and say something to him. But in the end, she didn't say anything. However, for some reason, in Xia Qingyue's heart, Chen Luo's status was very high. It seems that he has surpassed Yifeng unconsciously. On the other side, Yifeng in the Wang family breakfast shop was anxiously waiting for news from Xia Qingyue. When the male protagonist thought that his beloved woman was now communicating and talking with the young master of the Chen family, the feeling of being cheated in his heart kept emerging. Yifeng was so anxious that he even wanted to rush out and find Chen Luo and Xia Qingyue. Then he would take Xia Qingyue into his arms and tell Chen Luo to come to him if he had any problems. He also had to say something harsh, saying that he would definitely solve Wang Qing's problem. "Don't think that you are the eldest young master, so you can be invincible." And at this moment, Yifeng's mobile phone vibrated. He quickly picked it up and took a look. It was a message from Xia Qingyue. A smile appeared on Yifeng's face. But when he saw the content of the message, Yifeng, stunned. The smile on his face froze instantly. "Brother Yifeng, can you kneel down and apologize to Chen Luo? Then Chen Luo will be willing to let Wang Qing's family go. Don't worry, Chen Luo has already promised me, so can you help me? Brother Yifeng." Xia Qingyue said something that made Yifeng very angry in the most humble tone. To be honest, if it wasn't Xia Qingyue who sent it, Yifeng would probably label her. "Dare to make me, Yifeng, kneel down? You have already got a way to die." However, even if it is the heroine. Saying this, Yifeng is a little disgusted. But who is Yifeng? The protagonist of The Righteous Path. Although he has countless harems and countless opportunities. But in terms of dealing with people, it can be said that he is open and aboveboard. Yifeng is the synonym of justice and sunshine. Xia Qingyue is the heroine. Therefore, Yifeng will not have any complaints about Xia Qingyue. He will only put all the accounts on the villain Chen Luo. Yifeng is very clear. This is definitely the conspiracy of the eldest son of the Chen family. Damn Chen Luo. How dare he let my sister Qingyue suffer such an injustice? I am not done with you on this matter. You just wait, I will definitely avenge sister Qingyue. Yifeng gritted his teeth. Now, he only hated that he was young. If he could be given a little more time. Yi Feng said that Chen Luo had no qualifications to challenge him at all. But as the protagonist, Yi Feng would not blame time for all this. Like the male protagonists in many novels, they were all cross-level challenges. Even if they were hunted down by the ancestors of other families, they would rarely say that the other party was relying on their seniority. Since he is the male protagonist, of course he must have extraordinary courage. Invincible at the same time, crushing across levels. It is normal for a young man to fight against those old monsters. Therefore, Yi Feng quickly calmed down and began to think about countermeasures. As for Xia Qingyue, he also replied very righteously, Sister Qingyue, don't worry. I will handle this matter. Kneeling down to Chen Luo is not my style. But if you don't do this, I also have a way to help Wang Qing's family get through this difficult time. You should go back and have a good rest, Sister Qingyue. Yi Feng's words made Xia Qingyue come back to her senses. She had already left at this time. Standing in the dark, looking at Yi Feng's message, Xia Qingyue suddenly woke up. What are you doing? I actually want Brother Yi Feng to kneel down to Chen Luo? How could I have such an idea? Xia Qingyue, wake up. Brother Yi Feng, how could he not be better than Chen Luo? Xia Qingyue's love for Yi Feng came back. She was inexplicably angry. This Chen Luo is so arrogant. Humph. Xia Qingyue clicked on the contact and sent a new message to Chen Luo directly. Chen Luo, I'll ask you one last time, do you want to let Wang Qing go? If you continue to pester her, Brother Yi Feng will not let you off easily. Xia Qingyue felt that if Chen Luo knew his mistakes and could correct them, then she might say a few words for Chen Luo. If he didn't wake up, then he could only accept the punishment from Brother Yi Feng. Xia Qingyue still had a good impression of Yi Feng. However, Chen Luo was stunned when he saw Xia Qingyue's news. This guy, is he crazy? Chen Luo was a little speechless. He had already decided to suppress Yi Feng. How could Yi Feng rise again? Not only that, after Chen Luo told Lin Yun about Wang Qing's breakfast shop incident, Lin Yun immediately said that she would also intervene. Classmate Chen Luo, how can I be left out of such a fun thing? Lin Yun showed a sly smile on her face. The two villains hit it off at this moment. Chen Luo felt very happy. This is the right choice. Chen Luo really didn't understand why Chen Luo, the villain in the urban evil novel, had to be with Xia Qingyue. Looking back, isn't she attractive if he chooses Lin Yun? This female villain is so attractive. And what made Chen Luo even more excited was that after Lin Yun finished speaking, her pretty face suddenly flushed. After struggling for a long time, she said to classmate Chen Luo, by the way, do you really have no feelings for Xia Qingyue? I think Xia Qingyue is dressed very beautifully today. Lin Yun was testing Chen Luo. She wanted to know the answer. She wanted to know what Chen Luo was thinking. And Chen Luo's idea was also very simple. That is, don't like it anymore. Well, I don't feel anything anymore. That kind of woman is not worth wasting my time on. Chen Luo thought of the setting in the book. He was extremely obedient to Xia Qingyue. As long as Xia Qingyue said a word, Chen Luo would be full of fantasy and run to help her. Whether it was bringing meals every day, asking about her well-being, or helping to pay, it can be said that he was always available. But Xia Qingyue, at that time, often had a look of impatience on her face. Her attitude towards the villain Chen Luo was also as plain as water. Words like oh, let's just do it emerged one after another. Chen Luo felt that the villain Chen Luo in the book had been licked to the extreme. But Xia Qingyue didn't appreciate it at all. On the contrary, Xia Qingyue was obedient to Yi Feng. Even if Yi Feng had hundreds of wives, Xia Qingyue didn't mind. In this case, what was Chen Luo licking? He didn't have this kind of self-abuse tendency. And when Chen Luo's words fell into Lin Yun's ears, she was so happy. Lin Yun felt that this was right. Xia Qingyue was really not worth it. In this case, Lin Yun said that she could do more for Chen Luo. After all, her relationship with Chen Luo was pretty good. As for Xia Qingyue, Chen Luo smiled and said, "Really? Then I'm happy to wait." Xia Qingyue was very angry when she saw Chen Luo's words. After seeing this, she turned off her phone and said in her heart, "You guy. Humph. Wait, when Brother Yifeng shows off his power, you will be in trouble." After returning to the dormitory, Xia Qingyue took off her black stockings. She was very depressed today. And here is Chen Luo. Before Xia Qingyue came to find him, Lin Yun told him that the 50 million had arrived. Chen Luo was in a good mood. So, he decided to buy those houses in Yuncheng. Originally, Chen Luo only planned to buy a batch of cheap ones, because he only had 10 million in funds. Now with Lin Yun's 50 million, Chen Luo will have more room to play. Lin Yun was not afraid at all that Chen Luo would squander her 50 million. Lin Yun didn't care. She didn't care if it was all squandered. This made Chen Luo think of one more thing. The villain Chen Luo in the book was too outrageous to lick the heroine. Chen Luo couldn't figure it out. Why in many novels and TV dramas, there are always those villains who are obviously very powerful, but they just like the silly and sweet heroine. And then they compete with the hero for the woman. Is it interesting? Is there only that silly and sweet heroine in the world? Anyway, let Chen Luo do it. If he had that much money, he would definitely not be a bootlicker. However, compared to Chen Luo's ease, although Yifeng said some harsh words, but he couldn't do anything without the help of the system. Fortunately, Xia Qingyue here, looking for Chen Luo to solve the problem, has been fruitless. She also decided to go to help Yifeng. Xia Qingyue came to Wang Qing's breakfast shop. After tasting the breakfast made by Yifeng, she was naturally amazed. "Oh my God! Brother Yifeng, the breakfast you made is so delicious." After getting such feedback from Xia Qingyue, Yifeng was in a good mood. He showed a bright smile and said, "Well, then it's up to you next, Sister Qingyue, you helped to promote it, I believe we will get through this difficult time." Xia Qingyue nodded heavily. Yifeng said that with Xia Qingyue's help and promotion, he believed that the breakfast he made would definitely sell. It has to be said that this method is still effective. After all, Xia Qingyue is the campus belle of Nanjing University. Her appearance can attract a large number of followers. But time flies, and a few days have passed. There are still very few people who come to eat the breakfast made by Yifeng. This time, even Xia Qingyue was puzzled. But when they went out and took a closer look, Xia Qingyue, Yifeng, Wang Chang and others were dumbfounded. Because they saw the people sent by Chen Luo. On the stall, it was clearly written, 20 times, 50 times, 100 times lottery. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Wang Hong won 100 times. I want to participate in the lottery, too. Wang Qing's family couldn't believe it. This is too outrageous, right? Can you be so willful if you have money? 100 times, that means each person has to give out thousands of dollars. 10 people with $10,000, that means you have to spend nearly $100,000 every day? Just to make their breakfast shop lose all business? Wang Qing's parents were in despair. Forget it, let's move out, we can't win. Wang Qing's parents had never seen such a scene. The power of the young master of the Chen family was simply too great. To be honest, Wang Qing's father felt that the young master had been very merciful by not sending people to smash their store. If they didn't know the rules, they might be in trouble. Wang Qing's mother also felt that they should go and apologize to the young master. Let Wang Chang go. Although Wang Chang was very reluctant, she was scared when she saw Chen Luo's power. The most important thing was that this time, Yifeng seemed to be at a loss. Damn it! Spending hundreds of thousands of dollars every day to grab business. How could Yifeng possibly cope with it now? Xia Qingyue is a beauty and has a good publicity effect. But she can get hundreds or thousands of pocket money every day. Who would refuse this? Most people can't resist. Chen Luo's reputation has also grown because of this. As for why Chen Luo asked them to increase the multiple, naturally, it was because of Lin Yun's joining. With Lin Yun's financial resources, she spent hundreds of thousands of dollars every day. It's not even enough to pay their family's interest. Sprinkle some water. At this point, Yi Feng was completely defeated. He was helpless. At the Wang family, Wang Qing's parents sternly asked Wang Qing to apologize. In the end, Wang Qing had no choice but to find Chen Luo.